Could the translators do a quick 5 to 10 count first on English, then on French? Thank you.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start at about 1 minute. Merci. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I'll now ask the committee coordinator to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
He's there.
Councillor Dudas.
EC.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor DeRuse.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts. Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes from the meeting on June 4th and also the confidential meetings from that meeting. Are the minutes carried? Item 4.1, Affordable Housing Qualification and Property Tax Relief, Municipal Housing Facility Bylaw. I believe we have a presentation from Geraldine and Joseph, or maybe just Geraldine. Oh, Joseph too? Okay. All right. Whenever you're ready. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, sorry. Why don't we go through the items we don't need to hold real quick? So we'll hold that. We'll hold 5.1, the policy framework for voluntary donations for community benefits. 5.2 is the status update on the Finance Corporate Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending June 19th. Is that carried? Okay, we will hold 6.1. Item 6.2 is the Thunderbird Management Service, Inc. lease and operating agreement. Is that carried? Item 7.1 is the land exchange agreement and disposal for a portion of Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard for a portion of 1015 Tweddle Road. Is that carried? Okay, and we're holding item 7.2. Okay, so let's go back to item 4.1. Go ahead whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Geraldine Wildman, the Interim Director of Housing Solutions and Investments. And with me here today, I have Joseph Mahoney, who's also going to be helping with the presentation. So he's the Deputy City Treasurer of Finance. Lauren Reeves is here with me to my left, Manager of Strategic Housing Projects and Affordable Housing. And Paul Levine, Director of Housing, Community and Social Services. So with that, moving into the presentation. So the recommendations of this report today really respond to a number of items. Councillor Troster brought us direction last May, to advise on the cost and other implications associated with forgiving property taxes for nonprofit housing providers. So this initiative will also, if approved, will also support the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and which really seeks to use tools at our disposal to incentivize affordable housing. The proposed bylaw would also implement one of the recommendations of the audit, which was just before Audit Committee March of this year. And so really what we're doing here today is we're revising the municipal housing facilities bylaw. So that is the bylaw that allows us to enter into municipal capital facility agreements. And really it just boils down to updating that definition for affordable housing to ensure that we're appropriately giving that benefit to those that qualify. And we are looking to take those savings from the tax exemption and have them be reinvested into affordable housing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Joseph, who will speak to the next slide about that background piece and legislation.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So there are two options for nonprofit and charitable housing providers to qualify for property tax exemption. First one is under the Assessment Act. Housing providers who believe that they meet the eligibility criteria can be granted an exemption by following one of these methods, either through a superior court application, a request for reconsideration through MPAC, or an application to the municipality under Section 357 of the Municipal Act. The second way that a housing provider can receive an exemption is under the Municipal Act, where municipalities can enact a municipal housing facilities bylaw, which allows the city to provide a property tax exemption to nonprofit and charitable housing providers that meet the definition of affordable housing outlined in this bylaw. So tax exemptions are provided by the city to eligible properties through the Municipal Capital Bylaw Facilities Agreement. In 2002, the city passed its first municipal housing facilities bylaw. At the time, the primary objective of this bylaw was to provide financial contributions and assistance to affordable housing operators. The secondary objective being property tax relief. Over time, the city has updated the definition of affordable housing, and qualifications criteria have been expanded to include more affordable housing operators. In 2011, the Housing Services Act came into effect, which now provides a framework for municipalities to enter into funding and contribution agreements for the creation of affordable housing instead of using the MCFA tool. Also in 2002, through the Bill 23 legislation, legislation now provides for the waiver and deferral of development charges for nonprofit housing providers. Next slide, please. So recognizing that the original municipal housing facilities bylaw is no longer being used as it was originally intended, i.e. for capital funding or deferral of development charges, and that since 2014, the bylaw has been used as a property tax exemption tool, staff recommend revising the current bylaw to focus its purpose towards property tax exemptions and away from contribution agreements. The current definition that requires a property to meet average market rent or lower is too broad for the purposes of property tax exemptions. The revised municipal housing facilities bylaw will focus the definition of affordable housing to only target housing that staff have determined would most benefit from property tax relief. It would allow existing and future non-profit housing facilities to be exempted from property taxes for municipal and school purposes. It will also require that the savings from tax exemptions be reinvested into affordable housing, including new development, capital repairs, and deeper affordability. Municipal housing facilities previously designated and exempted from property taxes will remain exempt as outlined in their respective municipal capital facilities agreements. I'll pass it back to Geraldine.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So I won't spend too much time on this slide, but really in terms of administrative updates, OCHC, so Ottawa Community Housing Corporation, housing units with a monthly occupancy cost at or below average monthly rents will be exempt, or they're going to be housing units that meet all of the following criteria. So units that are not eligible, as Joseph mentioned, for a property tax exemption through MPAC. Housing units must be owned and or operated by a registered not-for-profit or cooperative organization. And units must be at or below, again, average market rent by unit type for any calendar year. The units must be constructed pursuant to an affordable housing capital contribution agreement with the city since 2001 for the delivery and or operation of the housing units, or have a rent supplement agreement with the city in good standing for their delivery and or operation. And the units must house individuals from the city's centralized wait list, below market rent or similar approved wait lists. Next slide, please. So just quickly going over some of the benefits of what we're doing here today. So really we're aligning ourselves with those recommendations set forth in the city's 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Property tax typically represents around 24 to 26% of the operating costs for not-for-profit providers, so reinvesting those funds. This can provide financial assistance to not-profit affordable housing properties by enhancing their long-term operational viability, so by sustaining low rents, by directing tax savings into needed capital repairs, which could also reduce requirements for city capital, and those tax exemptions can also incentivize the inclusion of more affordable housing units in new developments. So to implement the proposed tax exemption really capitalizes on those provincial tools we have at our disposal to maintain and increase affordable housing supply. And staff believe that the community benefit derived from the tax exemption outweigh the minor amount of taxes foregone by the municipality. So when we did look at precedents, over 200 municipalities have similar bylaws in place. So in doing so, I think we ensure that Ottawa remains viable to not-for-profits as well, and to those affordable housing providers. And I don't know if anyone's been watching the news recently, but Quebec has been in the news quite a bit because they don't have these tools at their disposal at the provincial level, and not-for-profits are seeking them. So thank you.
Next slide, please. Staff estimate that there are currently 30 affordable housing properties, or 1,073 units, that would qualify immediately for property tax exemption under the revised definition. This would result in a total of 2.7 million in property tax exemptions, of which 2.3 would be the municipal component, and the remaining 400,000 would be the education property taxes. This averages to tax relief of $2,700 per unit. There are additional not-for-profits under Section 2, 26, and 27 and 95 projects, provincial reform projects, and urban and native projects, comprising of an additional 183 properties or 4,017 units that could partially qualify or qualify in future when their current provincial funding agreements or mortgages expire. Staff's analysis provides a complete end-state picture of tax exemptions, assuming all not-for-profit properties qualified for property tax exemptions today. The fully realized financial impact of these properties would be $8.5 million in property tax exemptions, of which $7.2 million would be municipal property taxes. The potential financial impact on the city for these additional properties will be spread over several years as these properties become eligible. The impact of these exemptions would reduce the city's annual growth of city taxes reflected through the budget in the year that they become exempt. Where the city is funding the payment of property taxes for these units through property taxes, there may be a corresponding reduction in the city's expenditure. As housing providers meet the requirements, staff will bring a report to council recommending that the city enter into a municipal capital facilities agreement with the housing provider. MPAC would then adjust the tax roll based on the effective date of the bylaw for the property tax exemption or the project completion date, whichever is later. Once approved, staff will commence a review and consultation with the inventory of not-for-profit affordable housing projects that meet the revised definition of affordable housing. Staff will then also proactively communicate information about the opportunity to secure tax-free status as an eligible not-for-profit provider via the city's website and through direct outreach to eligible housing providers. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for putting the work into this. I'm very excited by the potential here to significantly help our not-for-profit housing sector. I have two questions. One of them is, I noticed that Hamilton provides its tax exemption to a class of properties that offer up to 125% AMR. The Ottawa Community Land Trust, about who I'll be asking next, is not necessarily looking at offering significantly below AMR moving forward. Some of its units it may want to offer it slightly above market rent in order to make its overall sustainability picture clearer. Is there a reason why we chose 100% of AMR as the threshold and not 125 or some other number?
Mary, to date, we have not entered into any contribution agreements or rent supplement agreements that are above AMR. Okay. So that is our benchmark currently for partnering with nonprofit housing providers. Also, OCH currently has tax-free status for all units at AMR and less, so they too are set at AMR. For now, I think that's our benchmark, and that's what we were trying to level the playing field.
Okay, it's not something I want to bring a motion on today, but as we take a look at more of our not-for-profit providers doing more mixed developments as the financial sustainability piece changes and evolves, that may be something that I would want to take a look at some point in future, probably in response to a not-for-profit housing provider raising it with us to say, could you go this far? Then the second question I had was again with respect, it's more speculative in nature, with respect to the Ottawa Community Land Trust. My understanding is that as we work with my Section 37 fund to help them make their acquisition, we are going to be creating a capital contribution agreement with them, but they're not necessarily bound to take people off the list. Today, I just wanted to sort of put it on your radar that that model of acquisition may be something we need to look at in future if we want to support their not-for-profit goals, because today they wouldn't qualify. I don't know if you gave any thought to acquisition in the course of creating this framework. Likely not. It's a bit speculative, but that is something I wanted to raise with you today. Thank you very much for all your work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Curious about the 30 properties that you estimate might now be eligible for tax relief. If you can give us an idea of what kind of properties those are. I don't know if you can give specific examples, or I'm just trying to better understand, beyond the obvious OCH that's already qualifying, which ones will we now capture in this net of qualifying? What types of organizations are they? What size of buildings? Any geographic information?
Thank you. They're really all over the map, quite literally. I'm thinking of some of the more recent housing projects that have been constructed. Nepean Housing is one, for example. I don't know, a lot of the registered charities already have tax-free status, so things like the Mission and John Howard Society, they're already tax exempt. So it's more like Gloucester Community Housing, Nepean, Cumberland, those sorts of housing providers aren't currently exempt.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we have Goulburn Nonprofit Housing in
That would be
Stittsville and
another-
Richmond. I
thank
imagine
you.
that would be one that might.
That would be another,
Okay,
yes.
yeah. And maybe I missed in the presentation, but I'd be interested to see, you think there's about 30 properties. Will you be reporting back formally to committee or council on how many end up applying after a year or after 2 years? What's the plan?
These requests for tax-free status will be presented to committee for approval. So we will
Okay,
bring a report forward with each of them to request approval. And within that report, we will recommend what those tax dollars will be reinvested for in the specific projects. If approved, then we would take that away and enter into municipal capital facility agreements with the housing providers.
Okay, excellent. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. As Chair of Ottawa Community Housing, and of course we already have the status, I think it's great. I think we need growth. So no jealousy, nothing. We need more nonprofit housing. I'm curious if you see, if you think there's going to be growth, because it's been very static. There has not been more new nonprofit housing providers. It's been Nepean nonprofit housing, OCH, not much. But I wonder if this would attract more new nonprofit associations or whatever they want to call themselves. Do you see that? Because I'm just curious, because this is a change we need to see.
We are seeing more interest by community organizations in getting into the business of providing affordable housing. So I think that with this tax exemption, it certainly just helps their operating pro formas. So I do think it will help support new housing providers.
Yeah. I see an opportunity for the smaller ones, as has already been mentioned, because they having a harder time starting up, but of course they'll grow. So no, it's good. I think this is a bold step that's positive, and hopefully it will mean more affordable housing overall, especially if we can encourage family housing, because we know that that's desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I want to thank staff. When I put a direction together, I didn't anticipate you coming forward with a full proposal. So that's really exciting. It shows that staff can be inventive, that we can work together. It, like our new strategic initiatives branch is already making a difference. So thank you so much. And, the reason I brought this direction was during the campaign, the election campaign, I met with CCOC Housing, which is the second largest nonprofit housing provider in the city. And Sarah Button, who's the executive director, was telling me that they're taking a loss every year on the Beaver Barracks development, which if you've seen it, it's absolutely stunning. It's right beside the YMCA on Argyle and also on Catherine. It has an enormous number of family units and also accessible units, but it's in prime downtown real estate. So they're paying downtown property taxes on a property where they're making nonprofit below market rents. So they are taking a loss. So to know that we can return 25 to 26% of operating costs to nonprofit housing providers is really bold and really exciting. And I want to thank you so much. I just have a question. So when you say that the exemption would be contingent on providers reinvesting that money, so that could go into new development or into maintenance of existing properties, am I correct?
That's correct. We're suggesting that the funds would be redirected into capital repairs of existing projects. It could be used to help finance new units or reduce rent overall.
That's really fantastic. One other question. I know that there's new federal money coming for co-ops. I'm just wondering, so as people set up potentially new co-ops, because I've already heard from some residents in a building that's up for sale that are looking to set up a co-op to purchase it, to acquire it, to keep the rents below market rent. Would they also potentially qualify, or would they have to have an existing contribution agreement with the city?
Thank you. They would need to meet all of the requirements of the bylaw, including having some form of contribution or rent supplement agreement with the city. Co-ops often also don't take their tenants from city wait lists, so that may be another issue for them. But if they do meet the provisions of the proposed bylaw, then certainly they would be put forward for tax exemption.
Okay, well, that's really exciting. And I'm just going to agree with Councillor Leeper that I think we need to put a pin in it and have a further conversation about acquisition, new co-ops, because with this new federal money coming, both for acquisition and for co-ops, I think we're going to see a lot of new exciting groups want to get in on nonprofit housing development, and that's something we want to encourage. So I think we need to talk about what the avenue will be for new developments that don't have existing agreements. But other than that, I just want to thank staff for being bold, for coming forward with something that is going to have such a significant impact on nonprofit housing in our city. And I hope it just means that these nonprofit organizations like Nepean Housing and CCFC will be able to maintain their properties and build more, because we know we get the best bang for our buck in terms of deeply affordable housing when it's from the nonprofit sector. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I am also very excited to see this report come through. I'm less concerned, or I think there are actually, there's a very strong nonprofit sector that already exists, and their issue has been to scale. And so OCH has had some a financial relationship with the City of Ottawa that has allowed for them to scale. This will allow some of our other groups to scale. And we do see nonprofit organizations now that are considering mergers and things like that, also to try and create the scale they need to develop new. So I think that that's pretty exciting. We're having a bit of a side conversation here about where the money can be redirected to. So when you say that the money can be redirected within the organization to capital repair, would that allow for those organizations to perhaps get better lending rates or whatever when they are looking to grow because their existing assets are in better repair than otherwise? Like, I'm just trying to get the sense of how they not only get to preserve what they have, but also potentially grow their stock.
I don't believe that would be a criterion for CMHC financing, that would affect their lending rates, but I can't confirm. I would have to liaise with CMHC to find out more.
Okay, sounds good. And perhaps with private lenders or Van City, that might be something that they're looking at. I think it would be of interest to this committee to know both how they preserve and maintain, but also how these, savings can offset costs. But I might even put forward, something else that nonprofit actors currently face when it comes to developing and maintaining current affordable housing is those communal areas. So Beaver Barracks is a great example, actually. So Beaver Barracks has, great buildings all around, great density, and it also right in the middle has a communal area where it has community gardens, courtyard, some fruit trees, and other aspects that really increase or improve the quality of life for people living in those buildings. And nonprofit actors don't often get to make those kinds of decisions because they need to suck out every dollar of revenue that they can from their square footage, right? So that they can reinvest it. And also their mandate is housing. Their mandate is housing. They want to build as many units as possible. So by creating a little bit of extra cash flow in here, we are allowing for our nonprofit partners to make more intelligent decisions about the types of housing that they might provide, where on the spectrum they might be, what kinds of lands they could, look at. I think it just gives them a bit more independence and a bit more influence over the type of investment that they'd like to create for our residents, because certainly everybody deserves a great place to live. So I'm very interested in that. I also had another question because I'm sorry I missed it. Joseph, you had a sentence there where you said, depending, there could be a corresponding deduction in city expenditure. So could you just go over what the corresponding deduction in city expenditure could be for me, please?
So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There might be cases where the city is actually funding or providing funds to pay for the property taxes that are then paid back to the city. So if that particular property does receive an exemption, then the expenditure that the city is making towards that particular organization in terms of providing them funds for property taxes would no longer be required. And that's very consistent with what we do with other municipal capital facilities agreements, where the city is actually providing funds to a property to pay their property taxes. When we provide an exemption, we would then sort of make a corresponding reduction in that expenditure.
Okay, thank you very much. So it would be a calculated decision, you know, on a case-by-case basis when you would be clawing back the funds. It's not as if it would be a general, you know, we lose this much property tax, therefore we're going to take this much out of the housing budget.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Curry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just the conversation we were sort of having off to the side here. So the idea that the money that they have saved, they could put back into capital expenditures, fixing up the place, making sure it stays as, you know, they have 7 units, that they always have 7 units. When they have to do a review as to what they're doing with the money that they've saved, do you look at their entire financial statements, profit and loss, everything that they have, tax returns?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Yes, our staff monitor all activities, financial, and they report to the city on that. So we'll be monitoring all of those aspects of the agreement and the current agreement that we have with providers as well on all aspects of that.
So you'd see their rent rolls?
Yes.
Yeah, their bank statements to validate that
They will need to provide that.
They need to provide that, okay. So after so many years of this, because this is will go on and on, would there be a time where you'd say, okay, listen, you've done a lot of extensive repairs, you know, are you actually looking seriously at adding more affordable units or buying, you know, refinancing and buying another building?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So those are conversations that we will be having with our providers as time goes on, and really assessing what their priorities are at this time, given the portfolio that they have, for example. Maybe the current need is more urgent for capital repairs, and they can put less towards future development. But in 5-10 years, maybe more of that amount goes towards more new development, or reducing, providing deeper affordability to existing clients.
Okay, and then, like, sorry if you're repeating yourself, because I was having a very good conversation with Councillor Gower here and Councillor Johnson off to the side, but would you ever then say to them as well, like, maybe you want to work with Ottawa Community Housing or amalgamate, would you actually give them some business advice in terms of how they could improve their economies of scale?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are conversations that we have ongoingly with all our providers, is what are their financial plan, what are their future growth plans, and we support them as best we can.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curry. So are the recommendations carried then? Thank you. Item 5.1 is the policy framework for voluntary donations for community benefits. And we have 3 delegations from the community, starting with Martin Adelaar. I don't know if that's in person or online. It's online. Okay. Martin Adelaar, whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'm a co-founder of the Ottawa Community Benefits Network, a network of 32 member organizations whose mission is to advocate for community benefits from public and private developments in Ottawa. Today, I'm here simply as Martin Adelaar's citizen after 5 years of working in support of the OCBN. As a volunteer, I recently resigned my position as vice chair of the elected steering committee. To start, I want to congratulate Kyle Anderson and staff on the excellent report submitted to this committee. I believe the issue of a policy framework for voluntary donations has emerged in part because of an institutional vacuum at the city. Unlike several other Ontario municipalities and the city of Vancouver, Ottawa does not have a comprehensive community benefits policy. Consequently, councillors have been left to innovate ways to stretch community benefits for their constituencies on a case-by-case basis. In the short term, I support the continued use of voluntary contributions as a positive interim step towards addressing the immediate challenges we face in Ottawa. But over the longer term, it will never achieve the scope and depth of community benefits that can be realized through a comprehensive community benefits policy. I support option 1 as described in the staff report within the framework of appropriate city legal administrative procedures and oversight. Councillors should be permitted to continue to proactively investigate and develop benefits agreements. Our complex social, economic, and environmental challenges are immediate, and you should take advantage of whatever tools are at your disposal. I'm also encouraged that through this most recent staff report, various council motions over the past year or so, city staff work on social procurement policy, the Manor Park MOU, the opportunity of maximizing community benefits from developments has come to the front burner of council conversation. I therefore recommend that the city should immediately focus on the development of a comprehensive community benefits policy. My vision for this policy is one where the city can use all of its levers under its legal jurisdiction to generate incremental community benefit streams. For instance, when the city buys, builds, provides financial incentives, or has jurisdiction in other unique areas of opportunity. Using all of these levers, the city will have the jurisdiction to enforce compliance and oversight. A comprehensive community benefits policy will support and be in alignment with the city's economic development strategy, its impending poverty reduction strategy, and the broader visions for community wealth building, well articulated by United Way East Ontario and the Ottawa Community Foundation. The great thing is that you're not starting with a blank canvas. Toronto, Brampton, and Waterloo are implementing such policies. Hamilton and other municipalities are investigating them. You can hit the ground running by studying these precedents, including very detailed recent consulting studies that are in the public domain. Toronto's policy is currently the best practice benchmark, not only for scope and innovation, but also how it has evolved in terms of funding and staffing. The Toronto experience shows that incremental community benefits can be achieved through carefully designed policy and programming, including workforce development for equity deserving groups, local hiring at fair wages, and social procurement. Also, as the staff report notes, the Toronto Community Benefits Unit is doing several pilot projects to help clarify how the city and private sector partner roles would play out in contributing to a future private sector-led community benefits program. To recap, in the short term, I recommend that council stick with allowing councillors to innovate community benefits under the voluntary donations policy. In the longer term, and to borrow from Gordie Howe and Wayne Gretzky, I urge you to head to where the puck is going and innovate a comprehensive community benefits policy to maximize future benefit streams for Ottawa citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adelar. Go first to Councillor King. Do you have questions for the delegate? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. And I really just wanted to thank Martin for all the work that he's undertaken through the Ottawa Community Benefits Network around the creation of a community benefits agreement. And I know that there was some focus on the agreement or the MOU in Manor Park in the report. it really does speak to the idea of requiring a third option. I know we have two options before us, but I think it's important for us to really have a full community benefits framework that provides clarity for councillors when they're engaging with the communities. I know that the community benefits agreement that we're moving to under the MOU that was enumerated under the Manor Park Official Plan Amendment talked to these elements, ensuring that there was prevention of resident displacement, working in terms of grassroots community-driven outcomes around the potential for affordable and diversified housing and other community amenities. So I was just wondering, Martin, if you could elaborate around the experience in Manor Park and how that might be translated to a citywide framework for Ottawa.
Thank you, Councillor King. Well, thanks to your leadership and the leadership of the development group that's going to revitalize Manor Park Estates, and to the passion and involvement of local citizens in Manor Park, I think it's a great model of how to implement a voluntary agreement process. I think that, as I alluded to, in the city of Toronto, they are piloting approaches on major developments of how to collaborate with private developers and to work out standardized procedures and processes. And I would encourage council and staff to look into that if it decides to look into the development of a comprehensive community benefits policy.
I appreciate those comments, and once again, I do appreciate the work that the Community Benefits Network has undertaken in Manor Park. The approach, I think, is a healthy one. It's, like I said, a third option in terms of a framework where the elements that are the focus are primarily driven by the community. They're not driven by my office. I sit around the table. We help facilitate conversations with the city if they're necessary, or with other organizations. But I think that the elements around the community benefits agreement framework are very key, especially in areas where we would love to see more achievement, especially around hiring and job readiness programs for equity-seeking groups. As well as ensuring that there are opportunities for businesses through social procurement. So I'm really appreciative of the good work that Martin and his team has undertaken in Manor Park. I thank him, and once again, it would be my preference to see a third option in terms of a framework around social benefits that are primarily driven by grassroots community members. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Menard? I'm just going first.
Sorry, committee
I'm going
members,
first
yeah.
to committee members, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Thanks very much, Mr. Adler, for coming out today. Staff reference in their report community benefits frameworks in other cities and the potential for perhaps a middle ground solution where I guess communities, council members, developers and city staff can come together and work on areas that are brought up during consultations to help ameliorate those in the future. I wonder if you could just explain a little bit better about how community benefit agreements work, your experience with them in other cities, and what kind of solution they could offer for the city of Ottawa if staff were to study them in the future.
Well, I think it's important to make a distinction between a comprehensive community benefits policy and community benefits agreements. So where the innovation is heading in Ontario and already exists in Vancouver are cities within the boundaries of provincial legislation and municipal legislation using all of the levers that it has at its disposal within its jurisdiction to design and implement a policy and supporting programs. Now, under those programs, it is possible to negotiate one-off community benefits agreements. There are many examples of stellar community benefits agreements across North America. You know, between 300 and 400 such agreements exist. I think that they can be applied to both public and private developments. And generally, it's, as Councillor King alluded to, it involves grassroots community voices working with the municipalities and the developers and other collaborators to co-design these agreements. That's what we've been trying to do in Manor Park under the voluntary MOU.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Thanks very much. And thank you, Martin, for coming out today. I know Councillor King has mentioned briefly the Manor Park MOU. It was, of course, modeled on the Herongate MOU, which I was able to participate in some of those discussions as the previous community association president of Alta Vista when that was undertaken. And at the time, there was a lot of talk about how this could sort of set a blueprint for the future. And then it was more or less almost entirely used for Manor Park. I do think that there is value in a community benefit process, particularly when there are equity concerns. And I think about my ward, where I don't have access to CIL. There's been no development since I've been elected. I think I've got $10,000. I can't pay for the improvements that need to be done in Sandalwood Park that were supposed to be done as part of the MOU. I was told a few weeks ago I could either have a basketball court or lighting. So there is no option. I also don't have access to funds under the minor major capital program that gives out $2 million almost in funding a year because I don't have community groups that are mobilized. So when I'm not eligible for any of this funding, and I wouldn't be eligible to negotiate with a developer for cash, I do think that there's some value in being able to have some sort of community benefit process so that we can have funding for these communities that don't have them. And we're still working through the provisions of the Herongate MOU, and that will continue as development does. But I do think that there's something, I think there needs to be a separation between pure financial contributions and community benefits. But thanks very much for coming out and for the work that you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Troster?
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you for being here, Martin. I really appreciate it. I was just wondering if you could speak to the existing framework, though, because there are mandatory community benefit contributions that are negotiated as part of each project. But I'm wondering if you could explain why you think we need something more or what's lacking in the current policy.
Well, the current policy that's under discussion is a voluntary donations policy. And it's something that, as I said, I think exists because there's an institutional vacuum. So councillors are left to innovate on a case-by-case basis, and in many cases have in collaboration with developers generated great outcomes in terms of community benefits. But I think it's never going to achieve the depth and the breadth of impact in terms of generating community benefit streams that a comprehensive policy would achieve. And as Councillor Carr just alluded to, there are important benefit streams that can be directed to equity deserving groups in the city that can help address the issues around poverty reduction and as I said, in alignment with the economic development strategy of the city and the emerging work on community wealth building. So I think that as I said, in the short term, I would support the continuation of the voluntary donations policy and allowing counselors to continue to innovate. But I think the city should layer on the comprehensive community benefits policy.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say I agree with Councillor King on this. I'll give you another example, and also Councillor Carr. I have nearly 3,000 people that will be moving onto Kent Street in the next 10 years, including an extremely large development that we're about to discuss tomorrow, planning and housing, that will bring 1,300 new residences to the former bus station site at Catherine and Kent. Nearly all of these homes have no parking. They're designed to be transit and sustainable transit oriented developments. And they are stuck on a road, which is an arterial, which is 3 lanes wide, where there's nothing on the books right now to transform it into a complete street. And it's in the benefit of the community and of the developers doing the developing of car light or car-free developments to have proper infrastructure on that street. And the community is coming to me and saying, how can we get this done? And it's not on anyone's agenda. Development charges are not paying for it. The road is not old enough to rip it up to do the sewers. And 3,000 new people are moving to the street without proper infrastructure. So I think I agree we need a middle ground, because this demand is not coming from me, it's coming from the community. And something else that I want to say is, specifically in the urban context, the pains of intensification are more intense. That pile driving is right beside your house. My daughter is going to go to middle school across the street from the bus station site, and the school will be shaking for 2 years. And so part of this is also allowing developers and finding a way for them to make good with a community after the community lives through what is a really horrible process. Like, construction is awful. Councillor Leeper can talk about that too. And it's awful when it's right beside you. So, that's why I'm passionate about this particular issue. But I mean, I don't think the conversation should be restricted to the councillor's office and the developer. I do agree that bringing the community into the conversation also allows some of these developers to make reparations to communities that are living through a really, really tough period, and who are also going from having no one across the street to having 1,300 people. We're really asking a lot of our communities as we meet our citywide housing goals. We're demanding a lot of change, and I think people are asking for something in return. So that was a little bit of a rant, but I want to thank you so much, Martin, and just say that I agree with the other councillors who have said we need to find a third way on this that really engages the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Let's move to the next delegation then. Jason Berggraf from the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association. Morning, Jason.
Morning. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, for having me on. I expect my comments to be relatively short. What I want to emphasize is let's remember the purpose of what we're doing today. It's not about debating community benefits agreements. It's about what is the appropriate role for a councillor, if any, in these types of negotiations. And the issue being the last time such an agreement came up, there was a lot of concern about how it developed, about sort of how it got to the point where it came before Planning and Housing Committee. And that is the item being considered, or should be considered, not so much, how do we get to community benefits agreements? I think that's a separate kind of discussion overall. What you have in front of you is options to say, how do we get this process to a point where we don't have that sort of issue and those concerns that we saw back in December, January of this year? How do we ensure that the development application process is above reproach, that any agreements for community benefits or anything else do not even have the perception of a conflict of interest or a quid pro quo of, you build this or give me this number, and we'll make sure that the application is approved. That's the thing I think the committee needs to kind of keep in mind. As you'll see from our written notice, we're, whether you decide to prohibit councillors from being involved in this process, or you set very strict guidelines, and you have a draft in front of you, which I think is a very good to at least you have a good idea of kind of what the guardrails would be for those deliberations. That is the ultimate goal, is to make sure that again, the development process and the applications are above reproach. Please keep that in mind as we kind of move forward on this process. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jason. And again, I'll remind councillors that we're asking delegates questions. We can debate the issue after we finish the delegations. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason, for coming today. I just really have a quick question for you. Have you ever heard from a developer that they were intimidated or felt that they may be, that their application may be at risk because of confusion around what the councillor was doing in terms of agreements for extra things in their community? Have you ever heard developers say that they were concerned or didn't know what to do and thought their application might be at risk? Either a member of planning committee or the councillor themselves. You ever heard that?
I mean, I can't divulge individual items, but yes, I have heard of such instances.
Thank you, so have I.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you, and thanks for your delegation today. Jason, you always come out and you're quite professional. I think I hear a lot of what you're saying. Who at the end of the day would eat a cost that could be associated to something like this? I assume if you're building a building and now you have to hive off $300,000, it must go against the cost of the building, I would assume.
Ultimately, any piece is going to go into the homeowner or the unit holder at the end of the day, whether that's a rental. It's going to go into the project pro forma, whether that's a DC, a CB, a community benefits charge, which of course we also have on top of that, any additional agreements, as well as previously what was Section 37 agreements, which was again sort of this ad hoc thing we did after the fact, right? Part of the reason why we moved to CBCs, not to rant about it, but we moved there so that we could get away from the ad hoc nature of a Section 37, and there would be consistency and expectation of what the costs would be overall. But make no mistake, anything that gets applied to a development, no matter what the size is, 10 units or less, or quite a large development, and any contribution agreements, any gazebo that's built in a park or anything or whatever, that is going to go into the performer for that particular project, no doubt.
Right. So instead of it being part of what the actual plan would be, it's actually put against the construction and increasing the cost of housing, I would have to say. I mean, somebody has to pay it at the end of the day. Would that be a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Jason, for the presentation. I am pleased to hear that you consider that option one provides what sounds like some appropriate guardrails, but can you just confirm that your association would not oppose the first option to create a framework with those strong guardrails in place?
Yes, essentially. I think there are some tweaks that we would still like to see to that plan, and you can see in our written statement there are some holes that I think that we want to cover over. But overall, again, we're not advocating, much like the staff report, we're not advocating a yay or nay on prohibition or explicitly allowing this to happen. Again, we just want to keep in mind what the end goal is of keeping these things above being criticized. As we previously saw, because that's beneficial to everyone, right? The proponent and the councillor. And however council decides that they want to get to that goal, we're happy to help. And if it is a policy, again, I think there are some tweaks that we would recommend making, but past that, we want to hit the end goal.
Thanks. Something that struck me reading through the various documents was I didn't see very many mentions of financial threshold, and yet the policy that has been put forward as one that council might adopt has that $250,000 threshold. I'm interested in exploring that number a bit more. For a small builder who's building a I don't know, a 6-story somewhere in Canada, that might be, one level of financial burden. If it is Richcraft building a 30-story tower in the heart of downtown, that's a very different discussion. The large builders with whom I normally have conversations about how they might go above and beyond tend to be very sophisticated and quite able to defend their interests. They have lawyers like Ursula Mellons and Michael Pollowin, right? These are not unsophisticated players, and I doubt that single councillors are bullying them very much. But I just wonder if you could address that threshold amount of 250K. Do you know where that came from, or what do you think in terms of having a kind of sliding scale on that?
I have to admit, I have not. Where it came from would be a better question, better directed to staff. We didn't supply one. What we supplied to the comments was a sort of a localized version of the Toronto policy, which we had brought up when this originally came to the fore. I can't speak to the sliding scale because, to be honest, I haven't surveyed members about that. Okay. So I'd have to reserve comment yet.
Some of the public benefits that get negotiated when councillors work with big developers on big significant projects in their wards are things like public realm improvements, traffic calming. Do these benefits have a value to the builders, to the residents who are going to move into these developments?
Yes. Ultimately, I think the projects that builders are selling or renting, or whomever the end operator, owner, and operator is, or whatever the tenure is at the end of the day, you see them enter into agreements because they feel that whatever the trade-off is, whatever the physical addition is of benefit to the ultimate selling or renting of that property.
I'm thinking about like public realm improvements, immediately adjacent to buildings. The city will never do those. We'll never have the funding source to do those, some of those over and above. If the developer were to restrict themselves to giving us strictly what the statute requires and not a penny more, some of these really great public realm improvements would never get done. I'm thinking about the Wooners, for example, on Hickory, things like that. I believe that developers have motivation sometimes to want to go over and above what they're strictly required to contribute in partnership with the city for the benefit of the residents for whom they're building this housing. So I would urge you to think about councillor-led negotiations for over and above beyond just an exercise in leaning on someone. And acknowledge that these are often discussions about building a better city for the residents for whom the builders are building the homes.
I appreciate that, and I don't disagree that they can be beneficial to both the project and the and the city overall. But we do have to recognize the dynamic that if someone is in the place of being on planning committee and is in a position to say yay or nay on a project, and they're the ones especially leading that negotiation of that agreement, whether as good intentioned and what the end benefit to the community is, there's still a power dynamic there that this is the whole reason why we're here, is to address that.
I think I would ask you to consider that the power dynamic is going to be different depending on who the builder is. Builder, like a large local Ottawa builder who's represented by very sophisticated lawyers, knows full well that the local councillor might oppose a development, but that opposition is going to be fruitless in the face of larger policy considerations on the part of committee. My voting record of wins and losses. I find that this discussion is being driven by an assertion of a perception that I'm not sure exists, particularly in the urban context. I don't think Minto is being bullied by the local councillor in the urban area.
As I said, as part of my remarks, you know what? There's a value in avoiding even the perception of that.
Okay. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor
Thanks, Jason.
Lieber. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. You have read the staff report, is that correct?
Yes, I mean, I'm not intimately familiar with every piece of it, for sure.
Fair enough, okay. But we're talking about a voluntary contribution for community benefits. And I think at the end of the day, that can't be forgot, that no one is ever being forced to contribute. If councillors aren't having discussions about community benefits for their community, they're not doing their job, full stop. Things are so tight, and we're talking about how do future developments provide a net benefit to communities that they're being built in. And so these discussions happen all the time, and if they're not happening, my colleagues aren't doing their job, because our residents continuously identify deficiencies that exist in communities. And so if you have a development that's coming in and is going to have an impact, you talk about how do we make the community better, and how can you, in addition to everyone else, you, Mr. Developer or Mrs. Developer, contribute to the net benefit of the community. That's how I approach these conversations. And certainly I hope no one has ever felt pressured, because if they disagree, they just say, no, it's okay. No, councillor, that's the city's job to fund, and we're already doing our part, and we're paying all these fees already. And I think that there should be a process. I do believe that there could be a perception of some sort of conflict, and I believe having procedures or process in place is wise, and I think that's why we've got here. But to your question, to Councillor Curry's question that she posed to you, of course, over the dawn of time, there are probably some developers maybe who aren't represented, don't have consultants, maybe are smaller in nature, don't have that experience. I'm just hypothesizing. And those are the cases we don't want people. We don't want developers to feel that pressure. So I agree with you on that part. But I'm aware, and maybe you're aware as well, that my colleagues have entered into agreements in the past with some developers where they have agreed to greater height or greater density if you were to yield affordable housing, for example, that there are conversations that, oh, you're proposing 19 stories, why don't we consider 23, 24, 25 if you embed some affordable housing into that? Are you aware of those types of discussions or outcomes with developments?
Yes, I mean, the short answer to the direct question is yes. Certainly there's been density bonusing for various trade-offs in previous agreements across the city.
And that is an outcome that seems to benefit both parties or both sides. Developer gets a larger development, and the community is able to add some much needed affordable housing. So anyway, I just wanted to stress, and I'm seeing this as a completely voluntary process. It takes two sides to dance here. And if the developer is not interested, all they have to do is say no. But I do believe a framework is important. That's why we're here now. And I appreciate the comments that you're bringing on behalf of your members. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Jason. I just wanted to understand, I read your written submission, and I'd just like to understand, I thought sort of fundamentally you were suggesting there wasn't enough information on the table today for councillors to make an informed decision, and I'd like for you to expand on what information you think is still to come, or what you'd like to have us understand so that we don't make any rash decisions here without proper information of all the different financial pieces with development coming to the table.
So the big piece, and we mentioned it in our written submission, is there's already a guideline for staff on how to proceed and the guardrails for pursuing going down these community benefit negotiations. And staff highlight in their report that they specifically sort of weren't asked to just, what would be the implication if we just added councillors to that instead? And we would suggest that that's something that should be taken forward of, hey, as a third option of consideration, what if we just did that? Because again, we already have the guidelines in place and what have you. That would be, I think, the big piece. Looking at what's there right now. Again, I'm not an expert by any means in this policy, and happy to provide more comment on it as we move along. I mean, this policy, had 10-day circulation, 5 days of which are weekends or a major national holiday. So there's not a whole lot of time to get through the intricacies of such a policy. But as a first basic step, we'd suggest, hey, let's look at this, what the guidelines are already in place and what the implications would be just to add counselors to it.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Jason, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in today. Next delegation is Mary Huang. I understand you had a little bit of an adventure in the elevator this morning. Is that right? Please turn on the microphone. Yeah. There's a button at the base of the microphone to turn on. Just at the base of the microphone where the microphone hits the desk. Where the microphone hits the desk. Yeah. There you go.
Hi. Yes, Mayor Sutcliffe and Vice Chair Kitts and councilors. I did have a nice 40 minutes leisurely stay in the elevator while security called a technician to get me out. So my apologies, I'm a little bit, I was dialing in thinking I might need to make the delegation on Zoom, but they got me out in time, so I came in right at the first delegation. So my name is Mary Huang. I am the president of Centertown Community Association. I'm a resident in Centertown. I'm also an early member of Ottawa Community Benefits Network and its former incarnation, Liberation Flats Community Benefits Coalition, and I'm the treasurer, steering committee member and treasurer of Ottawa Community Benefits Network. But today I'm here to speak as an individual, as a citizen. I know there's a lot of actual ad hoc agreements like the social contract in Herongate. We have a CBA agreement with Ottawa Community Housing that was signed November 2022, and also we have work on the with Manor Park Estates working group involving Councillor Ralston King. So there are some hawk situation, but there's also some interest in potentially looking at a community benefits framework in Ottawa, same as they have in Toronto, Vancouver, and I've been in multiple community benefits events in Ontario in the last 12 months. Niagara, Hamilton, Waterloo, there are Brampton, a bunch of others are either in progress or looking at it. And there's a lot more activities in the area, including Prince Edward County and so on. Now, I think I'm supporting option option 1, but I think we're not going far enough in that there could be the third option where this voluntary donation framework can down the road fit as the under limit contribution of community benefits agreements such as Vancouver, which they have a limit, which this mandatory contribution above the limit and voluntary ones underneath it. So I hope that if council approve anything, that they're looking at it, a framework is potentially down the road that can be the below limit contribution. And speaking as Centertown resident and president of Centertown Community Association, we had lots of developers coming to us, including Taggart for 267 O'Connor, 359 Kent, Bridgel for 265 Catherine, which I believe is on the council tomorrow. And I'm actually a resident kitty corner from that development at 145 Arlington. And basically they want higher density and they want smaller units for to maximize profits. And there are not a lot of things in it for the community. And when I was involved in the Bridgel consultation 2 years ago, first session I asked about what's the plan for affordable housing? What's the plan for accessible housing, which they say 15% Ontario building codes, affordable housing, they say they don't know what's the programs available. So, and what's the plans for family size housing? Those are things community want, the voters want it, but we often do not get enough of a voice in being consulted on those. So a formal community benefits agreement framework can make that a little bit more formalized, and for the community to have a voice. And also it's good for developers, so because they know what is expected, so they can factor it into the pro forma. Affordable housing, a lot of them are going for CMHC, Rental Construction Finance Initiative, which is renamed to Apartment Construction Finance Initiative. So they have affordable housing requirements anyway from the loan. And although I would prefer to get some changes to get some more moderately affordable housing based on CMHC AMR. It's right now based on average household income, and it's shallow affordability, but it's something for the community. So I hope the council will consider that, and I'm open to any questions or discussions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you, Mary, for bearing with us after your elevator adventure. I'll have you know that Councillor Plant once had to take a meeting from Zoom from her phone. So you're in good company. I really appreciate everything you had to say today, and thank you for all of your community involvement. You referenced the need for a community benefits framework, which I think a number of us will probably go back and work on in the future, but that's not actually what's on the table today. What's on the table today is a conversation about whether councillors should be able to negotiate voluntary agreements with developers for the benefit of community. And I'm just wondering what your position is on that, and if you could speak to why you think this may or may not be important for downtown communities like Centertown.
I believe the councillor should have ability to negotiate within some constraints and some guidelines so that it's consistent across the board. And the developers, some are very community minded and they consult and they offer things without being asking, like a park space and so on. But some developers are very much looking at maximum density and minimize cost. So it's if we're going to deal with a lot of additional people, additional car, there are amenity that's needed, and not. I don't think this council should be the only one sharing on those costs. I think the development that's actually building those tall building and adding density for either condos or rental, being good corporate citizens and being good community member of the wider community, they should do something that's helpful for the other community so that we actually have a feeling we're in it together rather than the developer versus the community. So this is, I think this gives a framework for the developer to hopefully offer something, and if not, for the councillor to discuss and negotiate something on behalf of the community.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you for persevering today.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mary. And again, sorry you spent 20 minutes or so, 40 minutes in the elevator?
40 minutes.
Yeah, maybe some maintenance that needs to be done there. Just a quick question. So my experience with Heron Gate, I wasn't the councillor. It was a councillor-initiated, staff-led process on the Heron Gate MOU. And so I was involved in a lot of conversations about community benefits at that time. And a lot of the conversations that happened, and what I learned, is that this is often something that is for equity-seeking groups, in terms of seeking equity with respect to affordable housing, social procurement. Can you speak a little bit about the equity piece? Because it hasn't been anything that I've heard mentioned or discussed, and I would just wonder, with respect to your engagement and involvement in community benefits, if you could talk about that, please.
Yes, our agreement with the Ottawa Community Housing, they were interested in workforce development for their tenants. And we did apply to a number of grants. We did get a grant from City of Ottawa Community Economic Development for workforce development readiness via micro-credentials. And we are crafting a one-week training program with WIMIS, which is health and safety, entry-level construction, working at heights, and a day on site. And while we're not excluding anybody, we are especially going to be working with Ottawa Community Housing, social housing providers to target their tenants. And Councillor King, his office has sent me several groups that's equity seeking, and we're going to be reaching out to them to invite them to either information session, and for ones that can bring up a large enough community, we will actually go and do presentation there. The often community benefits agreement, such as the 10 Center Block and NCC Le Breton, there's equity hiring requirements such as Indigenous and minority groups, as well as social procurement. And we are not signatory to the NCC, but we were heavily involved in discussion with the NCC. So I'm very thrilled. NCC Le Breton Flats has actually 250 units of affordable housing, of which 133 units are with multi-faith housing initiative at 59% of median market rent, which is around $1,000 for a 2-bedroom. And they will have it in perpetuity from, I think, around $80 million of grant. And that Dream Asset Management has agreed to 117 units of affordable housing at 79% of median market rent, which is around maybe $1,350, I guess. And that's for 55 years. And that's in return for a $27 million or $27.5 million discount on the land by the NCC. And one of the things we're trying to start with the workforce development readiness is that we cannot ask more community benefits agreement without the pipeline of people in the trades that from those groups that can potentially be hired for those CBAs. So we're trying to work hand in hand with a pipeline for workforce development, as well as advocating for more CBAs. So we are starting our journey, but we have the advice of Toronto Community Benefits Network, which are heavily involved in workforce development. And we also have, they are convening a group across Canada on CBA framework. And so as well as I'm part of Community Benefits Ontario for close to 3 years now. And a lot of Community Benefits Network meet every month to discuss issues and exchange informations. And we are looking at how we can make better community, more connected communities, and better cities.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for your continued volunteer work and engagement in the communities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mary. You have a wonderful record of working with developers, actually, and on major projects and getting some amazing benefits for the community. I appreciate it. I think you said that you've had developers approach the community about what they see. Is that what I heard?
There are some that developers have contacted Centretown Community Association for meetings and to hear what the community are interested in. I was actually part of the pre-application consultation for a bit over a year, and I stepped down to allow the third co-chair of our planning committee to get involved. Because we need more people to be conversant on things, especially with the shorter time frame allowed under the provincial framework. And a lot of developers coming to us, and a lot of it just ask for additional density without really, when we ask what are green space, what are energy efficiency, what's affordable housing and accessible housing. Accessible housing actually costs very little money if you do it right. The National Building Code is changing so that, the putting of the plug in a position that's fit, both people who are disabled and general public doesn't cost a single dime. A slightly wider door when you do it in the beginning doesn't cost additional or maybe a few dollars extra. But to renovate it after fact is very, very expensive. And if you want slightly wider corridor, they get less sellable square foot, but that's minor. There are things that can be done if they think of it up front. Doesn't cost doesn't cost the developer that much additional funding, but it makes their property, either condos or rental apartments, much more desirable, especially to our aging population, aging seniors. The Ontario Building Code is only 15%. And that's a lagging indicator considering the amount of seniors we have, and the government saying that we need to age in place, but very little being done until fairly recently, how that can be done with some NRC projects on aging in place. But we don't have enough long-term care beds. We don't have enough healthcare dollars. So people need to help themselves. And it helps if we have higher accessibility, for example.
Yeah, and things like getting more affordable units is obviously very important as well. And some of the things that that came up as an issue is things like traffic calming in the community, things that would, I mean, this is outside the building. This is within the area that would make it a better neighborhood, more livable. Do you see this as a partnership, like working with the developer?
Oh, yes. We have some that are very good. They come and they are, they want to be partners with the community. They want to be good citizens, corporate citizens, and they actually are very open to discussions. There are other developers which are much less so. They are primarily focused on maximizing profits. Nothing against it, but it's a case where if I'm going to have a 40-story building, as it was the case in the consultation with Bridgel in 2022, I basically said I would like some benefits for the community. We're not against density, but we're saying that if they're getting a lot of additional density, which makes the land cheaper per unit, then could they do something for the community as well, with a part of their savings? And so that share the look for win-win situation, essentially.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it because it's viewed as donations to a counselor, which is really, the counselor is acting on behalf of the community, and it's hearing what is envisioned as making the community better. So I see this as partnerships, and we do need more structure to have this in place so that we don't have to. Frankly, I don't want to have to, barter all the time, but we've been left to that because there hasn't been a very good framework. So do you see it as needing more structure?
I see it needing more structure because they know, the developers would know what to expect a little bit. And, maybe certain identified areas which the counselor can pick and choose what matters most to their community. From talking to the constituents in that community. And, for some area, it might be affordable housing, for some might be traffic calming, for some might be more green space. There are different things, and there are subtle differences with each ward. So maybe a framework of certain designated areas where the council can negotiate on. And if the developer know what's the options are, they can maybe even make offers, be proactive and make offers rather than have community having to ask for it, or beg for it, essentially. And this would be a more equal conversation between the community and the developer.
Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate all your work in the community.
Thank you, Councilor Kavanaugh.
Okay, thank you very much for the delegation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll open it up for discussion and questions for staff. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a motion that I would like to read in prior to discussion, just so everyone has an opportunity to consider it and add their comments. Whereas the City of Ottawa's current policy framework for voluntary donations to the city for community benefits is set out in the Donations to the City for Community Benefit Policy, which was approved by City Council in 2018 and applies only to city staff. Whereas the city staff report titled Policy Framework for Voluntary Donations for Community Benefits, Information and Options describes two potential options for updating the policy framework to address the matter of members. Sorry, I'm actually having some issues with my eye reading. So if you don't mind, I know this was circulated in advance. What I will do is I'll just read the therefore be resolved, if that's okay. And then I think it's on the, can it maybe be put up on the screen, Melinda, and then?
Is it possible to put the motion on the screen?
Is that okay? I can do the last piece, but I'm finding it a little tough. My apologies, everyone. Therefore be resolved that.
Hang on one
city-
sec, Councillor
Yep,
Dudas,
okay.
and we'll try to get it on the screen so everybody can see it.
Sorry. Oh. Every single time I think it's getting better, right? I think we're just waiting for it to come in.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. I'll try plugging away from where I was. It shouldn't be too long. Whereas option 2, as described in the staff report, would prohibit members from soliciting and/or facilitating donations to the city and require any member approached by a potential donor to direct the potential donor to city staff to address any donation in accordance with the existing Donations to the City for Community Benefit Policy, or bring forward the proposed donation and/or proposed facilitation approach for committee and/or council consideration and approval by way of the councillor's report or motion. Whereas adopting option 2 and the associated requirements would provide for the city to continue to receive donations from the community benefit through city staff under the Donations to the City for Community Benefit Policy without any concern related to member solicitation and/or facilitation. Therefore be resolved that City Council approve policy framework updates to prohibit members of council from soliciting and/or facilitating voluntary donations to the City of Ottawa in accordance with option 2, as described in the staff report titled Policy Framework for Voluntary Donations for Community Benefits, Information and Options, by amending the Donations to the City for Community Benefit Policy as set out in document 6 of the staff report. Thank you. May I comment
Please,
on this briefly? Yes.
If you want to speak to it, go ahead. Yeah.
Just very briefly, I know we've had a lot of very valuable conversation leading up to this point, and I want to thank staff for developing these two options that are in front of us. And I know there's been talk about consideration of a third option. You know, as much as we would love to believe as councillors that there is not a perception of authority when we enter a space, when we enter a discussion or a negotiation, that comes with the job title, that comes with the role. And, you know, regardless of who the developer is sitting across from the table, whether it's a new upstart, a smaller one, or a larger scale established developer, there is the perception, regardless of how we feel about it, that we have influence over the ultimate decision. We have the ability to leverage certain decisions by talking to our colleagues. We have that benefit. And while I very much believe, and some of my colleagues indicated as such, that we must continue and should continue to advocate for our residents and for the needs of our community, particularly when there's an infill development or a project that will have impacts on existing areas. We have city staff that do that very thing. That is their requirement to take that into consideration when they're approving these developments. And this option 2 does not prohibit us as councillors to continue to advocate for our residents, to listen to our residents, to work through and with city staff. But this will eliminate that hands-on approach. This will eliminate that perceived influence that basically could get a councillor into some trouble, whether they mean for it to be or not. So my intention with this is for us to take the high ground, for us to be completely uninvolved at the level that we have been previously, but still be able to have that active involvement in the outcome, to advocate for our residents, to work on behalf of our community. There are still mechanisms in place in which we can do that. And this is a much cleaner, clearer cut version of going forward with a policy that will basically enable us to advocate for our residents while not being involved at a level that construes an unperceived perception. Anyway, I'm going to end it there. My apologies. I'm having an off day. I apologize.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. I'm going to go to Councillor King next, if you're okay, Councillor Gower, because he has a motion as well. So perhaps we'll introduce that motion. And then that way everybody who speaks will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff or comment on either motion. Councillor King?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be introducing a motion that focuses on a review of community benefits framework. And I'll read that motion into the record. Whereas the staff report titled Policy Framework for Voluntary Donations for Community Benefits, Information and Options provided examples of broader community benefit frameworks and community benefit agreements measures adopted by municipalities, including the City of Toronto's Community Benefits Framework, which focuses on ways to maximize the use of City of Toronto levers such as procurement, real estate transactions, or financial incentives for specific sectors and uses to create inclusive and equitable economic opportunities through community benefit initiatives, and the City of Vancouver's Community Benefit Agreements Policy, which seeks to ensure that developers promote growth for the communities they are investing in through local hiring and social procurement. And whereas the staff report also notes that certain council-approved initiatives may incorporate community benefits, such as council approval on November 22nd, 2023, that Built Ottawa be directed to incorporate potential community benefits, including but not limited to equitable hiring practices, funding for training, public realm enhancements, and greater accessibility when developing evaluation criteria for the disposal of surplus land. And whereas consideration of broader community benefit framework agreements was not in the scope of staff's current review and report regarding matters relating to the solicitation and or facilitation of donations to the city by members of council. And whereas instead of considering community benefit initiatives in an ad hoc manner, it would be beneficial for city council to understand the potential effects of adopting a broader community benefits framework, as well as any measures required to implement such a framework. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council directs staff to, 1, review the potential effects of adopting a community benefits framework for the City of Ottawa as described in this motion, as well as any measures that would be required for the city to implement such a framework. And 2, include in this review the experiences to date of relevant municipalities that have a community benefits framework in place, and a consideration of which city departments would lead implementation of a community benefits framework in Ottawa should one be pursued. And 3, report back to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee and City Council no later than the end of Q4 2025.
Did you want to speak to it, Councillor King?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think we've heard very clearly around the table. I know we've had discussions. I've had discussions with multiple colleagues Councillor Johnson, Councillor Carr, Councillor Menard, others from the last term about the need for a framework. I think we heard this morning from multiple delegations about the need for a framework. I know I would have appreciated one in the last term when I was dealing with the Manor Park official plan amendment in terms of a way forward. I know I've had discussions with staff about that need. And we have a report before us today that mentions the community benefits agreement and the fact that we don't have a framework. So I think that at this juncture, it would make a tremendous amount of sense for us to explore that so that we can have an additional option that would be a benefit to our community members. I can say without a doubt that the Manor Park community is benefiting from an approach where a framework has been developed by grassroots organizations, by a grassroots community benefits network. And I think it behooves us as a city to have a more structured framework, official framework that is created by the city so that there's clarity for members of council. So that's the reason that I've introduced this motion today. And I would hope that all of us around the table would provide support to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. And just before we move forward, I want to clarify my understanding of these two motions is they're not mutually exclusive. Like, in other words, voting for one does not preclude voting for the other. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gower?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you to staff for preparing this, and it's been interesting to hear some of the questions. I think where I'm on is I'm still not clear on how we're defining or how an integrity commissioner might define facilitation. Like, solicit is pretty clear, but facilitation is still a bit murky to me. I think option 2 and the recommended changes in document 6 do give us the opportunity to, as councillors, if we think for example, an MOU or community benefits is important, it gives us a way to still pursue that through a motion to council. It's kind of like a notwithstanding clause. We could come to council and say we want to create a community roundtable to discuss and to establish an MOU. We could still do that. But the facilitation is the word that's still kind of bothering me, because even to get to the point where we're ready to put a motion in front of council to facilitate, presumably we've had to have already some kind of conversation with the developer and the community. So would that not be in violation then? Because we'd already be facilitating in some way towards that solution. I don't know if staff have any thoughts or comments on how they see facilitation in that context.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the proposed procedures under option 1, and indeed throughout the report, facilitation is defined as an act of assisting with the donation process, including, for example, working with a donor who approaches the city to determine an appropriate donation or acceptance of a donation by a member. Staff appreciates that there may have been extensive conversations with the developer in relation to the development or just in relation to community needs in general before any notion of a donation comes to be. So our recommendation would be that a member would, when the discussion of money potentially being provided to the city comes up, to take a pause and seek advice.
Okay. Well, what about the issue that came up in questioning around affordable housing? I think it's pretty clear we cannot say you must provide 10% affordable housing, or I will not vote for this, or I will not, or I will tell my colleagues not to. That's pretty clear. But could I do this all the time with the builder. They'll come in with a project and they'll say, what do you think? And I say, well, I'd like to see more affordable housing. Does that meet the definition of facilitating? Like, can we even bring it up at that point if it might in the end result in a builder adding more affordable housing?
So this is something I'll ask staff from planning to elaborate as required, but this policy and restrictions pertains specifically to voluntary contributions to the city. So in my view, and staff can speak to the planning process in general, advocating for improvements or changes to a development would not be captured within the procedure or the prohibition.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to within a development application, I think it's very common for an elected representative to comment on that application in particular. And, you know, affordable housing is one example, trees, park amenities, landscaping in front of the building. Those I would see as being comments on an application itself and not necessarily tied to an additional contribution. Affordable housing is one where we don't have an ability at this point in time to require it. You know, I think, I don't know, so I mean, if it's not tied to being a requirement of the approval, you know, where they price their housing at in the market is, you know, up to them. I don't know that we would be involved in that discussion with respect to, you know, what that level of affordability is. But with respect to other things that we see as common, you know, asks from elected officials, you know, additional landscaping, buffers, fencing, those I think would all be sort of normal business within a development application. Okay, well, that's good, yeah, because I think my biggest concern is that we can't feel as elected officials that we're handcuffed from advocating for important things in our community, for making suggestions, for encouraging to also, whether it's through the developer or through staff, to be able to raise these issues. And I just don't want to ever be caught where suggesting or recommending that this would be an important thing for the community could be viewed as facilitation somehow, and then all of a sudden we've got a code of conduct complaint or something. So I don't think that's staff's intention. I don't know if other councillors might have any tweaks to the language that might help clarify that, or if what's in front of us is okay, but that's where my only concern rises with the option 2 and the recommended changes. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I certainly appreciate Councillor Gower's comments. This is a quagmire, definitional quagmire, behavioral quagmire. I don't think we have anywhere near enough information to try to make a decision today. But I am going to make sure that we discuss the both options and have the opportunity to vote on them. Mayor, I've got 2 motions that I'd like to bring at this time. The first motion is to permit member solicitation in accordance with option 1. The motion reads, I'm assuming it'll go on screen in a moment, whereas option 1, as described in the staff report, would expressly permit members to solicit and or facilitate donations to the city.
Councillor, could you just hang on until it is on the screen, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
It's like if I were dictating this to Siri, Siri would just like lose it, eh? Very Charlie Brown reading.
As long as Siri didn't write it for you.
Another time.
Okay. It's on the screen now.
Chair, I'd like to move as follows, whereas option 1, as described in the staff report, would expressly permit members to solicit and or facilitate donations to the city with a value of up to $250K in accordance with various limitations, as well as requirements regarding matters such as staff concurrence, transparency mechanisms, and disclosure. This would be set out in new donation procedures for members of council under the existing policy. And whereas multiple jurisdictions have frameworks to permit members to negotiate public benefits with developers in the public interest, and there is strong interest by many councillors to continue the practice subject to strong new governance. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council approve a policy framework to permit members to negotiate public benefits in accordance with option 1 as described in the report. I'd love to ensure that members here today have an opportunity to vote on that motion. And then I'd also like to thank staff for an exhaustive report. It was very clear. I've got some small questions around $250K, but I'm not even going to delve into those today. I think the breadth of the report was excellent. You've done your job. You've brought this forward for committee and council's consideration. Thank you. But at this point, Mayor, I would like to table a tabling motion, or make a tabling motion.
A referral motion?
Tabling, actually, Mayor.
Okay.
I don't think we're in a position to make a decision today. We're going into a busy summer, a break over the summer, then going into a very busy fall period. There's a lot of questions that I'm hearing around the table today. I don't think we're in a position to make a decision anytime soon, and I would prefer that there not be some kind of an artificial deadline until members have had a chance to chat amongst themselves and see whether or not there is some consensus way forward. So therefore, Mayor, I'd like to move at this time that be it resolved that item 5.1, policy framework for voluntary donations for community benefits, information and options be laid on the table.
Okay, maybe I'll just ask the city clerk to describe exactly what that means.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a motion to lay a matter on the table is essentially to suspend debate subject to a member giving notice to lift the item from the table at a future meeting. Broadly speaking, a motion to lay a matter on the table is something that a committee can do. However, I wish to draw to committee's attention that when council passed its motion in February of this year, directing staff to bring forward this report, it did establish that the report should be brought back for consideration by committee and council no later than July 2024. So in my view, that would limit the committee's ability to lay this matter on the table and delay its rise to council at the next council meeting.
So would that mean that this motion is not in order then, or would it, or?
I'm of the view this motion would not be in order today, but would be in order at council.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Leeper?
On tabling, Mayor, since you haven't ruled on whether it's out of order or not, what I'm going to suggest is that staff, unfortunately, or fortunately, as the case may be, do not have control over how items move forward through the legislative agenda. That is up to us to consider whether or not something should be recommended to council or with an amendment or with a recommendation to approve or a recommendation to reject. So staff have done their job, Mayor. They have brought forward a report within the timeline for consideration by committee and council, and I am hoping that you will not rule it out of order, and that we will have an opportunity to vote and debate on tabling and give ourselves a bit more time. I do not hear a facilitation amongst members around the table today, a familiarity with the matter such that I would hear that they're prepared to vote today. So, I await your ruling, Chair, but I would urge you not to rule it out of order.
Okay, I appreciate your comments, Councillor Leeper, but based on the advice of the city clerk, I am going to rule that motion out of order. Okay. Go ahead. Ask the city clerk.
Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that Councillor Leeper has moved to challenge your ruling. The procedure would then be to move immediately to a vote on whether the chair's ruling shall be sustained. A vote of yes would be a vote to sustain your ruling.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts. Mayor.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, thank you. So, so we have 3 motions, I believe now, is that right? 3 motions in total that are.
Mr. Mayor, we now have 2, we have 3 motions,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so just to recap, there's the motion from Councillor Dudas, the motion from Councillor King, and the motion from Councillor Leeper. So I'll just open it up to everyone for comments and discussion on that. I believe Councillor Curry is next. Well, I think Councillor Gower already spoke.
So, Mr. Mayor, you'd like us to speak to all the motions, right?
Sure.
Okay, so I would just like to say that I think the $250,000 one is a slippery slope that will add a lot of confusion. So I won't be supporting that. The other two I think are good. You know, both we get more information from Councillor King's motion and we get a community development policy that I think is a good idea. That's what people want. But I think councillor involvement is the difference between the two, right? And councillor involvement, I think, should be very clear that it is not. And I think the clerk made it very clear what councillor involvement would look like, more in terms of an additional voluntary contribution, not in the normal course of negotiations. When I look at any of the developments in Canada that have gone forward since I've been a councillor, there's a ton of that communication during all the consultation evenings or just through Engage Ottawa. The community writes in, the community associations write in and say, hey, we'd like a fence, we'd like a path, we'd like this, missing link fixed, we'd like, some type of landscaping, more trees, all kinds of things. And staff go away and look at these things. I mean, I have never seen a situation where something has been proposed to a developer during a consultation event that hasn't then been further discussed, either with staff and the developer or the community of the developer. So that has been my experience all the way along. I would see, just like when councillors in the past have gotten involved in bylaw, when there is actually money being exchanged and councillors are involved in it, it creates a slippery slope that I think we don't need to get involved with. But the regular course of consultation and communication between the community and the developer and staff and the developer, I think is what we would still have here if we vote for both Councillor King's motion and Councillor Dudas's motion. So that's what I'll be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And I'll just have some questions about the Councillor Dudas motion to staff to make sure that Council fully understands what it would be voting for if it voted for that. My understanding is that in voting for that motion, in the regular course of discussions with councillors and developers and their communities, there couldn't be a contribution to something that might fix a traffic issue in the immediate neighborhood where the development would have an impact on. Is that the case based on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, members of council would be precluded from participating in that process. So there could still be an interface between the donor and city staff.
Okay, I think council members participate in that process on almost every development, Mayor. My understanding from that motion as well that councillors would also be precluded from things like affordable housing for, say the developer didn't want to put any affordable housing in, but they wanted to make a contribution to not-for-profit housing or public housing, the councillor also couldn't be involved in the discussions about public housing investments by the developer instead of, say, units in the building. Is that also correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, Mayor, my understanding from the motion is that councillors also couldn't be involved in discussions for things like parks features, parks facilities in the nearby neighborhood where more residents come in, parks might need an upgrade. There might be a park in the vicinity added outside of cash and lieu discussions, and that councillors also couldn't be involved in discussions around parks facilities. Is that correct? Off-site nearby the development, is that also correct?
I understand the question correctly, Mr. Mayor. Councillors could not be involved in soliciting or facilitating funds from the developer to the city for those amenities.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mayor. So I just want to congratulate staff on their report. I think this is what we've all been hoping for is parameters around these practices, because I think they happen almost every time a development comes forward. There's a negotiation, there's a back and forth, there's a discussion with that developer and your community, and you bring forward those communities' wishes. In the case, for myself, that's exactly what I did in a discussion around a Bronson and Carling development. People were asking because there was going to be a lot of traffic concerns and safety concerns around there. They asked about it to me. They also said, look, there's not affordable housing going in here. They asked about affordable housing provisions. I then said to the developer, hey, we have communities asking for these things. Can you do something to help? And at the time they agreed and they said yes. Until this became a huge, political hullabaloo that somehow other political interference, other things that were being raised came up to it, in this kind of hit job type of thing. And so it's just ridiculous, I think, that we're here and that we've allowed this to happen. Because this is the type of thing that happens in regular discussions all the time with, I think, every council member around the table about those sorts of things. Parks, traffic calming, affordable housing, we all have those discussions. And to preclude those things from happening would go down a slippery slope. You know, I've negotiated other MOUs in the city for my residents, things like seniors affordable housing at Bank and Riverside. My understanding is things like tenant displacement, that type of stuff that we've been negotiating with developers, that's okay in this regard. We still would say, look at developer, can you please make sure that these tenants aren't displaced or that they're properly compensated for that displacement? That would still allow to be go on. That's a regular course of business for councillors, as I understand it from the clerk's team, again, who've done an excellent job on this. But to take away that ability of an elected representative to represent their community for things that they've been asking for is a little bit beyond. And when we have so many other issues around this table where it appears that there could be conflict or other issues. I'm not going to get into those today. You know, I've been fired at regularly on this issue. I'm not going to get into that other stuff. But the motion on the table doesn't make sense. We're going to tie our hands for no apparent reason, especially when staff have done a great job looking at other cities and drafted a policy where there's parameters around it to eliminate that sort of concern that has been raised. And so I don't think it makes sense to adopt option 2 because you'd be tying our hands permanently around this council table. We need community benefits framework, as Councillor King has brought forward, but we need a lot more discussion about how we operate here as a council and in good faith, which I've done nothing but. And so I want us to make sure we think long and hard about how we go about this to eliminate that kind of conflict of interest potential, which staff have drafted, and make sure that we have a policy in place that allows councillors flexibility to negotiate for things that their community has been asking for. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. I'll continue to go to members of the committee first. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the motions that colleagues have put on the table to help us talk this out a bit further. And I provided some of my own thoughts with one of the delegations because I do believe, given past discussions earlier this year, a framework, a more solid framework, as the previous speaker just spoke to, was needed. But I have strong reservations about, prohibiting members of council to enter into these conversations, which have always been voluntary. 99% of people, if not more, have known they're always voluntary. Maybe the odd, unrepresented small builder was more concerned that they were being pressured into some sort of agreement, but these discussions happen dozens and dozens of times every year when members of council on behalf of their communities trying to articulate the needs of those communities. So I actually think the Dudas motion is short-sighted because I think we're going to lose millions of dollars for community benefits. I think if this passes and we proceed with this type of restriction, we are going to lose. We're going to lose community benefits. There'll be net benefits lost for our communities because we won't be able to move forward with those types of park improvements or traffic calming or sidewalk work. And let me tell you, there are times where I read what staff are requesting developers to put in, and I think, whoa, that really goes well beyond even what I was expecting staff to put their foot down. That there is pushback from the developer, and the developer ultimately says, you know what, if I want the staff recommendation, I'm gonna have to say yes. That we could fight this and not get the staff recommendation, and we can appeal it, but it's much faster to go through this and just concede to what the staff are asking for. So it's more than just members of council who are having these discussions, but at the end of the day, we do this on behalf of our community because we identify ways to make the community better once this development goes forward. So that's the concern that I have. There are many other cases where the perception of our engagement can be called into. The other one is the campaign donations. I've never seen anyone, member of council, say, you know what, I've taken so much money from multiple members of the same family, and now they have a major development file before us. It's either in my ward in the city. I think I'm just going to recuse myself because I don't want there to be a perception. And we always say, well, these donations are legal and they have all the check marks and there's nothing wrong with that. And I agree. I'm a strong proponent that as adults, we can accept the type of campaign contributions that we want, but many people call into question decision-making on files when particular members of council have their donations stacked by people who work in the industry or their family. That's fair game as well to comment on. No one ever backs out from making decisions in that regard. So I have great reservations with the Dudas motion that's before us. It would have been great to have advance notice. I received this minutes before the committee meeting, and I think that the public certainly was aware of the staff report before us, but if people had motions that they were going to particularly limit community benefits, the community should have had the opportunity to see that motion in advance and respond accordingly by showing up to today's meeting. So I will support the King and Leaper motion this morning. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Luloff.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I suppose my question is to staff. If we go with the Dudas motion, would that preclude a councillor from discussing community requests with staff rather than going directly to the proponent? So would they be able to still talk with planning staff and say, hey, listen, this is what I'm hearing in my community? And then that discussion can be had by our professional staff with the developer rather than having that sort of direct conversation, which, may or may not be misconstrued.
Mr. Mayor, yes, members would still be able to speak with staff along those lines.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Leaper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Unfortunately, is the IC here this morning?
Mr. Mayor, the Integrity Commissioner is not here. She has provided input and comment on the report and would be available for us to go back to ask her questions prior to council if necessary.
Okay. It just strikes me that we are subject to a code of conduct. And I guess I'm looking for somebody who can confirm for me that misrepresenting a request for going over and above what is strictly statutorily required in a development application is a violation of that code of conduct, which is how I read the memo that we were provided earlier this year. Are staff able to do that, or do we have to rely on the IC to do that?
So staff wouldn't be in a position to speak for the Integrity Commissioner. I know Mr. Huxley may have something to add. The Integrity Commissioner did provide general support for the report and expressed that she did not have any ethical concerns with either option set out in the report.
Did she express any ethical concerns about the status quo?
The Integrity Commissioner has advised that her position continues to be that the Code of Conduct applies to all members' activities when exercising their statutory roles and supports requirements that members communicate to any potential donors that is voluntary. So in absence of either of the options proposed by members today, her advice provided earlier this year in the memorandum with the city clerk would still stand.
So colleagues, we're subject to the code of conduct with respect to soliciting donations. I don't like that term, but when we are asking developers to go over and above what is strictly statutorily required in the course of discussing new projects with them, we are subject to the code of conduct. If anybody considers that a member has violated that code of conduct, whether that is our friends the builders, whether that is a member sitting around this table, whether it is a member of the community, the avenue is there. It is an integrity complaint. We are going down a twisted path in an effort to solve a problem that is difficult to even define what it is. I would be very happy if we walked out of here today defeating both my motion and the Dudas motion and continue to let councillors be governed by the code of conduct. Mayor, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just have a couple technical questions about option 2 for staff. Would option 2 preclude community members or the local community association from approaching city staff and asking them to negotiate a voluntary contribution?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and would option 2 prevent a councillor from working with community members and encouraging them to go to staff to ask them to negotiate a voluntary contribution?
Mr. Mayor, in the matter of voluntary donations, if the city is approached or a member is approached with respect to a potential voluntary donation, whether by the community or the donor, the advice under option 2 would be to direct that donor to city staff to address any donation in accordance with the existing policy, or bring forward a proposed donation or facilitation approach to committee and council for pre-approval. Anything that would fall into a gray area from the member's perspective, we'd recommend seeking advice before engaging in those discussions with the community.
Okay, the reason I ask is because, as a lot of the councillors have mentioned today, we're constantly in conversation with community and they're constantly talking about emerging needs. And so if the community comes to me and says, we really need to fix Kent Street, and I say, well, go talk to city staff to see if they can negotiate something with the developer. Like, is that an ethical violation? I'm just really trying to understand, because none of us want to create new ethical violations or accidental ethical violations. I don't have a problem in principle with staff negotiating with developers for voluntary contributions, but I just want to be sure that there can still be a role to play for the councillor to work with the community and help them articulate their demands.
Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't propose to give any member advice on their code of conduct in a hypothetical sense. Members still can fulfill their representative role and advocate for the needs of their community under either scenario. And so I don't believe what the councillor has proposed would be prohibited under option 2.
Okay, that's good to know. In that case, truly I'm comfortable with both options as long as there is an opportunity for community to be able to advocate for additional needs. And if it is not an ethical violation for a councillor to work with community to help them articulate those needs and then send them forth to talk with staff, I am personally okay with both options. I think we're in a dangerous scenario if we don't have any mechanism at all. And I'm hearing that we need some ethical guardrails, and I get that. But I'm less concerned about a councillor's ability to negotiate and more concerned with community's ability to negotiate in the absence of a community contribution or a community benefits agreement protocol right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Moody, I saw your mic was on. Do you want to
Thank you, Mayor.
speak to that?
I appreciate the opportunity to try to manage an expectation. And while I would certainly agree with the answer that's been given that it's no ethical violation for a member of the public to identify community need, or a member of committee or council to identify a community need or advocate for an additional requirement tied to a development, I do want to manage the expectation that planning staff work within a framework that is outlined within development charges requirements and official plan requirements, and we've got community benefit charge frameworks that we work within, and planning staff are not in a position, if it's directing them to planning staff to have those discussions as part of a development application, there is limits to what is appropriate for planning staff to be in the middle of negotiating if it's not directly connected to the application. The example that I think has been used is, traffic calming. If it's an amenity within the right-of-way adjacent to the site or in front of the site where there's frontage, that I think is fair ball. If it's, looking for a signal light 2 blocks away, That is something that is not connected to the site, and unless the site was contributing to traffic that would put it over the threshold for warrants, it would not be an appropriate thing for planning staff to be in the mix of. And so I want to make sure that we're clear on that limitation where planning staff work within to do that. We do collect community benefits charges on significant buildings, anything over 5 stories and 10 units. We would be collecting a community benefits charge, which could then go towards those types of things. But negotiating a voluntary contribution with a developer by planning staff is something that, we have, the department has serious reservations about being in the mix of.
May I ask a follow-up question, Mayor?
Yep.
Sure. So just to be clear, I'll go with the case study that I was mentioning before. So let's say very large development at the bus station at Kent and Catherine. If community members went to planning staff and said, we would like guidance to help negotiate an additional contribution to improve cycling and pedestrian infrastructure on Kent Street, it's your assertion that planning staff would say that is outside of our scope?
If it was in the frontage, like if it was the entirety of Kent Street or, a block away on Kent Street, I would say that is out of scope for planning staff to deal with through that development application. If it's within the frontage, I think sometimes there's a gray area depending on whether it's an arterial road or a local street. But each scenario has its own sort of limitations or conditions to it. But with respect to sort of a broader community need, that is likely outside of the scope of a development application for a site plan or a zoning, and would then turn to whether it's funded through development charges or whether it could be potentially funded through the established community benefits charge framework from a staff negotiating that discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I revised my earlier point. I do think that there's some real problems with option 2 then. And I don't have a vote on this committee, but I wanted to bring a real world example of what my committee is asking for. So given the choice, I would be in favor of option 1. I obviously don't have a vote, but I do want to thank staff for such a fulsome response.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I have to admit, my heart is absolutely pounding during this conversation because I think it's deeply entrenched in ethics and personal accountability and values that I hold very dear in being an elected official. And my feeling that my body is telling me is that this conversation is challenging some of those values or assuming that I need to have additional regulation above and beyond the code of conduct that I subscribed to when I took that oath. So that is why I do not feel comfortable with option 2, because I don't believe that, I believe this is a solution looking for a problem. That's what I think this whole report has been. And it's a great report, great breadth, great depth, but to decide that we're going to commit to a restriction of members of council's behavior around this table that will supersede the oath that we took as elected officials, I don't believe that that's an appropriate action. I don't believe that there is a problem that is looking for this solution. I believe that, as another councillor has described, there are other ways to do this that already exist and other complaints that can be taken. But this is the direction that staff was given to come back with this report. So I absolutely, it was done with integrity, but I don't believe that it's appropriate in this arena. What I do want to understand is the relationship between what this voluntary donation might be and the existing mechanisms that we have for investment, because I think that's also what's being discussed here. It's argued that we don't have necessarily the funds to direct towards impacts to benefit existing residents that we would need or that the community is looking for. Where is the community benefit charge right now with staff? How is the project list going? How did the solicitation of projects from committee members for that list go? Did we all give you great projects? Did we all get to cost them really well? How is that coming out in the wash?
Chair, that list is anticipated to come end of August, early September to committee and council as an IPD. It's, I think the consultation phase is complete, and, they're going through the process of finalizing that information.
So as a new councillor, I was asked to provide projects for the CBC list, I think within 3 months of being elected. I had to define what projects needed investment and the projects needed to be costable, because I believe that the CBC was put forward to solve for some of the problems with Section 37, which is that it was too general and too broad. So now we have a CBC charge that's more prescriptive, that developers can predict a bit better, that staff can predict a bit better, and that, interferes less. How does one define an affordable housing project under the current CBC criteria? Because I'm hearing a lot of interest in making sure that these voluntary donations go towards affordable housing. How do we cost out and prescribe an affordable housing project under the CBC criteria right now? Has that gone well? I don't know the answer to this question. I'm not trying to be sassy. I wonder if it's possible to do under this tool.
Chair, there is an element of the community benefits charge that goes towards housing, and it's a significant component of the previously identified buckets of funding. With respect to the threshold of what could be considered affordable housing, I'd be happy to go back to staff and provide you with a very clear answer on that.
When I was asked, I certainly didn't know. I didn't know what projects had to be identified for affordable housing at that time. The city isn't in the business of building housing. We have nonprofit providers and we act as a funder for those projects. So I assume you would have to identify someone else's projects, or perhaps do an acquisition, as we saw with another staff person who used their Section 37 funds for that. We won't have that opportunity in the same way that I imagine with the CBC charge, because we need to identify the projects in advance. An acquisition doesn't necessarily work like that. So what I am suggesting is that we don't yet know how the existing financial tools to drive community benefit will shake out. We won't have that information until later this year. We won't be able to debate and discuss them. And so the idea of limiting the voluntary donation option at this time seems prejudicial. We don't know how well our current tools are going to be used. And so why would we create a solution to a problem that doesn't yet exist with information that is limited at best? So I think this is not prudent. Take our time. We can have a good discussion. And even the staff's report says that many, many times. I think the staff report did a better job of saying what it wasn't than what it was. It was saying, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not this, I'm not that. This is a political decision, and you guys can probably come up with a great idea. And I bet all of us around the table could come up with a better idea, and we don't have to make a decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the report. I appreciate Mr. Moody's explanation of what is allowable, kind of in terms of when we ask for things. Frankly, I appreciate when staff are working with developers on some of our asks, like affordable housing, and we've been successful, and that's great. But it's that stuff beyond, and I'm feeling very uncomfortable that all of a sudden that, every time we meet with a developer, which is an absolute necessity to find out what's going on, I have to be careful. Well, we always have to be careful, but it's this idea that we're, how do I say it? Feeling that any kind of comments about how this is affecting our communities, and telling developers that is somehow foreboding, there's ways that can be helped. So I think there's a lot of gaps. Developments aren't just things that plop into a community. They have an effect, and we're trying to minimize that effect, and we're trying to work on that. And staff have made it clear they can only, when they're planning staff, they're dealing with a file. They're dealing with that piece of land, and they can't go beyond that. So, but there are effects, and building community means making sure those ripples are not problematic. So I share the concern. I appreciate the motion from Councillor King very much. We've got other cities that have put a lot of thought to it, and that's the direction to go. Very uncomfortable with the motion from Councillor Dudas. I know I don't have a vote here, but I think we're just trying to, we're creating more problems than we're solving on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a vote on this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the issue. I would urge my colleagues to not support the Dudas motion. Like my colleagues, I feel like it is creating a solution to a problem that I'm not even sure exists. I don't, as I understand it, I don't know to what degree the problem of concerns over perceived conflict of interest on this kind of matter existed before last year's saga around the Catassa development. And even on that development, as I understand it, it involved a developer that themselves were not fully knowledgeable of the process. And as I understand it, the councillor who worked in that file acted in good faith, acted within the guidelines and constraints that councillors are afforded. So, and in addition to creating a solution to a problem that I don't believe exists, Mr. Moody, you just made it very clear to me that we may be creating a greater problem in that not only would we be disempowering councillors from acting as representatives to act in the best interests of their wards and in the best interests of the city, even at a financial level, but if we are proposing that within option 2, that would empower community associations to act in the same way that councillors would, you made it very, very clear there that planning staff either does not have the capacity or even the avenue to negotiate those kinds of benefits with community associations. So it feels like we are creating an, oh, this will work this way solution that will not work. And as I heard from another colleague, we may be foregoing millions of dollars of benefits. I heard absolutely clearly from staff, whether from you, Mr. Moody, or from the report, that there is no ethical issue with councillors interceding in this behalf, that we have a code of conduct that guides us in this way. I feel faith in myself as a councillor and in my colleagues that they can operate within that code of conduct in a way that our residents can have faith in us. I was also moved by the comment that the kinds of benefits that we are advocating for here, or that we can advocate currently in the status quo, are to the benefit of developers. If we are advocating for public realm assets, public realm projects that our residents want for these new impacts, these are of benefit to the developers, because I know that the developers will advertise their projects close to many great public amenities. So there is a benefit to the developers themselves in how they can market and sell those projects through their own contributions to what residents are looking for in them. And on the subject of perceived conflict of interest, I am always eager and ready to have a conversation about perceived conflict of interest. I know at my former employer, the Canada Council of the Arts, we took that question far more seriously than I've heard this council take it many times. I appreciate the fact that my colleague raised the issue of how we are speaking about taking the moral high ground on matters of perceived conflict of interest as it pertains to this. I would eagerly entertain a conversation where at planning committee, members recuse themselves from deciding on matters, or at least whether or not recuse, at least declare a perceived conflict of interest when they vote on a matter for a developer from whom they have collected donations. If we are concerned about the public's concern over perceived conflict of interest, open up that can of worms, because it's far bigger can of worms than what we're talking about here. And on the issue of perceived conflict of interest, if we are acting in the public's interest, I have to reiterate that in the As We Heard It report, 49 out of 68 respondents said that they are in favor of option 1. 49 out of 68. Rarely do we have that kind of percentage. That is 72% of our residents advocating that we support a move that they declare is in their best interest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Thank you very much. I'm very supportive of the Councillor King motion with respect to community benefits framework. I think that that's really important. I don't really have much comment on cash donations simply because I'm one of the councillors that just simply doesn't have development in my ward. And so I already don't have a benefit through CIL. Most of my developments currently are through the hospitals, through the University of Ottawa medical. I've got some nonprofit housing. So I haven't had the experience having to even deal with a developer at all, other than things that are on hold. But that brings me to a question that really has struck me through these discussions. The reason I'm so supportive of a community benefits policy is because I think it's really important for equity. And I'm wondering right now, when we're hearing about these, ward, the ability to talk to a developer and get money, or these negotiations that happen with developers, we talk about, I believe that we are the only municipality that actually has flow of CIL directly to a ward account. I believe in other cities it goes directly to a city account. And I'm wondering how the city, the different departments like Parks and Recs, infrastructure, roads, how do you balance out those inequities that we have from all of these different types of negotiations and opportunities? Because certainly when I look at for example, minor major capital, and I look at the fact that we have been giving money to schools to improve their playgrounds in wealthy areas that have the capacity to fundraise. And then I won't show the pictures, Dan, that I took of my parks this weekend, but they're horrifying. Like, they're absolutely horrifying, the state that things are in. So my big question in having this discussion and everybody advocating for their ward is, how do we ensure equity in these policies? I don't see any mention of equity even when we put these policies forward. It could be parks, it can be the three things I named, like any of this. Like, where do those discussions happen at a staff level when we introduce these new policies to have those considerations?
Mr. Mayor, and the councillor has pointed out some real deficiencies. Some of those are maintenance and life cycle, which does not have a specific equity lens, but really does look at how old facilities are and when they should be replaced. In terms of what some of the programs you're talking about, both the partnerships with the community, which are largely group generated. So it is true that your ward does not have a lot because not a lot of the groups have applied. When we redo the policy, we will put a lens both on this as well as the cash in lieu of parkland, because that's the other one that councillors have talked to us about, is how can we develop a system that moves perhaps somewhat away from the current distribution between citywide and ward, to also look at an equity lens on that. And we have committed to coming back with a policy that brings recommendations for council to consider on that.
Thanks. So I just want to say, obviously I'm not on this committee. I don't have any comments on the financial donation piece, but on the community benefits, I'm really glad that Councillor King brought that forward. I think it is a really important piece that we do have in place, and I think it can help a lot with some of these equity pieces. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gower?
Thanks, Mayor. I put my hand back up because I do think there's a problem we're trying to solve here, is that we've got a existing policy that has a big gap in it that led to a pretty divisive political argument earlier this term. And I think staff have presented two potential options to try to close that gap or provide clarity. I'm going to support the motion from Councillor Dudas, but I am going to see if there's some language we can work on between now and council. What I'm hearing from staff is there's no intention to limit our role as councillors to advocate for our communities and to have discussions through the normal development process. And if there's a way we can clarify that somehow in the policy language so that councillors are clear on what we can and can't do, that might be helpful. And I think the motion Councillor King's raised is a good thing to look into as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Tierney?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question to staff, and then I'll just wrap up very quickly. First of all, right now, if somebody came to us and wanted to go ahead with, a more backroom or unconventional style of approach that we're talking about here today, does that add on to the timelines of construction? Because right now, that's what I hear most about is the fact we can't get things even through our planning department to get built, to now throw in some external different people to deal with these negotiations. I think naturally it would take longer to get it certified to build. Would that not be right?
Mayor, the bringing forward of community needs or identifying, needs or wants of the community does not in itself add time to the process. It's part of the process as it exists today through that public consultation process. The point of a negotiation, and I think the memo that was provided in I think it was January through the clerk's office or the integrity commissioner, I think identified the need to separate discussions that are above and beyond what a normal planning application discussion is, separating those discussions away from the application process and clarifying that it is, that they are distinct discussions and not connected. And in that regard, and that is, a big reason why I wanted to clarify that expectation around sending, community groups to us to negotiate on their behalf. There's a limit to what we can ask for through the planning process. And so if we're going above and beyond that limit, it is, the department's position that is best done by someone else than the department. And so it wouldn't impact timelines in that regard.
Right, and that's where I was kind of headed is if it's not fit, if it doesn't fit into a template that we currently have, clearly there's going to be an impact. I mean, you're dealing with lawyers, you're dealing with how you got to that point. There seems to be a lot there. Mr. Mayor, I've been looking at this and thinking a lot about it. Councillor King's motion, I'll give a little more thought, but when it comes to Councillor Dudas's motion that is put forward, I'm looking at the fact that, why has this become a national story? What is so different about what happened with the Catassa situation versus, somebody requesting a speed board, which has been denied, by the way. Vice Chair or Councillor Kitts has been denied that in the past. Why is it so different? And I think it's because, when you have a party and somebody has too many drinks, suddenly now you've wrecked the party for everybody. It's $300,000. This isn't a $1,200 speed board. I think the only way to be able to deal with this is to absolve ourselves of it and allow the professional bureaucracy to be able to run with this. Go through the front door, not through the back door. There seems to be a lot of discussions around things that are apples and oranges. I don't see it that way. I think if we want to ensure that things are appropriately put on record, we allow staff to take the lead on it. I also raised the fact that, things have to be paid for at the end of the day, and we've heard from GOBA, yeah, that's the case. I would love nothing more to build a refrigerated ice rink 5 blocks from some of the new buildings going in, but guess what? It's going to add on to the cost of that housing. When we passed the emergency housing motion, and I think the whole country is on that wave now, it wasn't to go out and say, yeah, let's not just speed build, but let's keep them cost effective, a lot of these places. I mean, at the end of the day, developers can set their own rates, but when you start throwing $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 at a project, somebody pays at the end of the day. It could be that renter. So I'd rather take that off the table, focus on what our mandate is through the province and through the federal government, which is build housing, build it quicker. We do have a housing emergency policy on the books, and that's where I'll be leaning and supporting Councillor Dudas's motion today, and I hope others also do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. I want to give each of the movers of the motions an opportunity to wrap up on them if they so choose, but I also did have a few questions myself. So Councillor Leeper, is your hand up to wrap up, or do you have other questions first?
I can wrap up.
Okay. Would you be okay if I ask my questions first?
Please do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So on the Councillor King motion, I just wanted to hear some comments from staff on what the implications of adopting that motion would be from a time and cost perspective, how feasible it is to implement it, whether we would need to drop other work. Can someone speak to that, so just so we have a full understanding of what that would look like?
Mr. Mayor, so we will have to do some work in terms of reviewing the scope of this. There is, as for one of the clauses, there is time to report back by Q4 2025. So it's certainly something that we can take away. This will impact most service areas, most departments. So it will be something that we'll have to discuss broadly and coordinate, and then come back with a revised, work plan in terms of achieving this by Q4 2025. So it's, at this current point, I would say it's achievable. We just need to do some work in terms of scoping out the actual, review that it would entail.
Okay, thank you. And regarding the involvement of staff versus the involvement of a councillor in discussions, I know, Mr. Moody, you spoke to the scope of what planning staff can do, but that doesn't preclude other staff at the City of Ottawa and the Parks Department and the Community and Social Services Department from being involved in negotiations with people who want to make an impact on the community beyond the development site in particular. Is that fair to say?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff would be governed by the existing donations to the city for community benefit policy.
Okay, so there would be an opportunity for discussions to happen between city staff and a developer on a donation to support something in the community that would be of benefit to the community that's not on the actual site that's being approved. Is that right?
Yes, subjects to the limitations and blackout periods set out in the existing policy, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think those are all the questions I had. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't have a lot of wrap-up comments. I absolutely agree with Councillor Johnson this morning. This is a solution that is looking for a problem. We don't have a plethora of city councillors who are successfully negotiating deals with developers to go over and above what the statute requires. Developers are required to do a few contributions. They're required to pay CBCs, they're required to pay into CIL, they're required to pay DCs. Some developers, generally the largest and most sophisticated of them, understand that they're also invested in making improvements in the community beyond what those statutory charges are able to accomplish. And they work with city councillors whose job it is to voice those needs and to use the moral suasion, if you will, of being able to represent the community voice to achieve the public interest. As city councillors, I just feel as though we are increasingly less important to any of the processes at this city other than arguing with our roads department that they should fix our potholes before they fix another councillor's potholes. Our role in public realm building is becoming more and more limited. Our ability to talk to developers on a case-by-case basis to ensure that very significant investments in the community for very small relative investments in going over and above lead to building a better Ottawa is a critical role that I think we play. I'm looking at the report. As a councillor, you have three main roles to play in your municipality: a representative, a policymaker, and a steward. Stewardship is not just of the resources that the city has. Stewardship is not just of the resources that come in through people's tax bills and parks fees. Stewardship is the collective of our community's resources. You know and I know that we are doing more than just dealing with city staff. We are advocating with more than just city staff. We are trying to influence how the resources in our community are allocated beyond just the cities. We talk to local businesses, we talk to community associations, we talk to residents. All of those resources are the resources that city councilors help to steward. And that includes the resources that developers bring to the table when they do developments. I cannot understand why city councilors would not simply want to ensure that they are adhering to the code of conduct to which we're pledged and continue to play that stewardship role rather than continue to dice away at the role that we play as city councilors with the popular mandate that we've been given in elections. Councilors, I hope that some of you are considering voting against both my motion and Councillor Dudas's motion. I'll be voting for my motion on just to preclude the Dudas motion from winning, because it is the preferable one. But ideally, we'd come out of here with the status quo so that we can continue to do the jobs our residents expect us to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor King or Councillor Dudas? Councillor King, did you want to wrap up?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just briefly, once again, I want to reiterate the real need for a community benefits framework. We've heard that from members of council, we've heard that from the community, and we have a willing community who's interested in really pursuing this model. The key about this model is that it is driven by the grassroots, it's driven by the community, and I've seen a very successful model put in place around the Manor Park official plan amendment that was approved in the last term of council. We've seen community members working with the community benefit network to define their own terms of reference so that the framework that is created is emerging from the community itself. And it's a successful model in terms of what was achieved in Manor Park. I think we should also be lauding what was achieved in Manor Park because it was done with a private developer. Often community benefit agreements are in the public sector. We had a willing private developer who went to the community and said through the CBA framework that they would create in the community that we would see prevention of resident displacement due to renoviction. We saw a commitment to affordable and diversified housing with a range of family-friendly typologies that the developer will want to propose in future developments. We saw an interest in investments in other community amenities and an interest in terms of ensuring that equity-seeking groups have an opportunity to work on specific projects, as well as entertaining the idea of social procurements of goods and services from social enterprises. So I think that what I've heard from the community over the last several years has been clear. What we've heard from delegations today have been clear. And I know that many of the discussions I've had with members of council, both in the last term and this term, have been clear that there needs to be a framework. And I think we heard from staff very clearly that the timeline that had been outlined in the motion is achievable. So I would encourage my colleagues at this committee to vote in favor of this motion. As for the other motions, it would have been my preference for us to have taken more time in terms of consideration. I think that much more work needs to be done. I think we heard that from delegations today, from industry, and we've heard that from other members of the committee. And I'm certain that we would have heard that from other members of council who I'm sure would want to add to this debate. So my preference would have been a deferral so that we could have had more debate. I know that Councillor Leeper had moved or tabled a motion to table in a sense, or moved a motion to table. That would have been my preference because I think with the policy implications of what we are looking at, there needs to be more discussion, deliberation, and debate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Dudas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have much more to add than what I initially said. we have heard from staff that my motion does not prohibit counselors from doing their role, which is to be advocates, stewards, and, the biggest cheerleaders for their communities. It will continue to allow us to be involved in every aspect that we need to be. What it will not allow us is to be at the table asking for cash to build a gazebo that we could then cut a ribbon at. It will prohibit us from having side conversations that don't involve the community or staff in the room, and it protects counselors. And while all of us are at different levels of our career, some are newer to the table, some are others, we will have new people entering the horseshoe at different elections, and they'll be confronted with this decision of whether to sit down with a developer and to have these side conversations. It doesn't mean that it's done from a bad place. It's just meant that they don't know any better. So to have a framework in place that we're all playing from the same playing field, that it is completely fair, it's on the up and up, that we're fulfilling our mandates as the code of conduct is only the right thing to do. And I do have to say, once again, having a stronger role of staff and entrusting our staff to do the jobs that we've asked them to do, there is nothing wrong with that. And to work with them and through them to make sure that we're achieving what we need for our community is what we should be doing. So I would ask that you support my motion. I fully support Councillor King's, and I think that was a wonderful addition to the conversation. And I understand that Councillor Gower is considering having conversations about tweaking some of the language going forward. So I ask for your support on my motion. I think that it is the right thing to do. And just because we've done something the same way for a very long period of time doesn't mean it was the right way to do it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Just to offer a quick final thought, I appreciate Councillor Gower's intervention around trying to perhaps improve the language of option 2 in time for the council meeting where we'll be voting on this. So I will be supporting option 2. And Councillor Dudas's motion with the hope that we can find some language to underline what councillors are still able to do. And I think we heard from staff today that there are still lots of options for members of the community and for staff to be involved in efforts to improve the community and the surrounding area when a development is underway. So we'll vote first. We'll do it in reverse order that the motions were introduced. So we will vote first on Councillor Leeper's motion, then on Councillor King's motion, then on Councillor Dudas's motion. And just to remind people that Councillor Leeper's motion and Councillor Dudas's motion are mutually exclusive, whereas Councillor King's is separate and distinct from that. So we'll start with a vote on Councillor Leeper's motion, please.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Vice Chair Kitts. Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King's motion next, please. Is it carried?
Carried.
Okay, carried then. And then Councillor Dudas's motion, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts. Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let us move to item 6.1, the direction for a new aquatic sports center. And I believe, oh, sorry, I forgot to say. Okay, then the policy framework itself, is that carried as amended?
Yes.
Carried? Okay. Let's move to item 6.1, and we have a presentation to start us off on the direction for a new aquatic sports center. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the presentation we have for you is just to provide some context to the report we have in front of you, looking for direction in terms of a partnership for a new aquatic center. Next slide, please. In terms of community needs, there is no doubt that Ottawa does need a second 50-meter pool. The Sportsplex is 50 years old this year. It is an aging facility, and even though it still plays an important role in terms of supporting aquatic sport and just general community aquatic use, it no longer meets a lot of the criteria approved by sports governing bodies over the last few years that generally disqualify it from any of the advanced competitions that Ottawa might attract. It also makes it very difficult as our aquatic teams grow across the city for them to get enough training time or to host competitions themselves. The two university pools, as you might know, both Ottawa U and Carleton have 50-meter pools. They are essentially in the same position. The pools that they have are primarily not adequate for supporting large competitions, but are also aging and suffering from the same issues that we have. Overall, Ottawa, despite having built 3 pools and indoor pools in the last decade, Ottawa still has a significant shortage of aquatic facilities. You will have all felt the pressure on aquatic registration nights where being able to provide sufficient learn-to-swim programs is an acute point that residents frequently talk to us about. We have now climbed back from pandemic reductions in aquatic registrations, and we're now in each season of aquatic lessons well over 20,000 registrations with waiting lists that are often as long. So there's no doubt that adding aquatic capacity is an important consideration. Next slide, please. The department has been aware of this need for some time. As early as 2019, we put into our development charges refresh the need for a 50-meter pool. We have also, as part of the council-approved 2021 plan, included the need for a 50-meter pool and established a provision level of $1 to $500,000. The Sportsplex back in 1974 was built at a time when the area population was about 500,000. It is now well over 1 million, and the demand on the facility is such that we can well justify the creation of a new 50-meter pool to help support both local needs, but also to help support hosting sports competitions. Next slide, please. In terms of benefits, there are 2 major benefits that we are looking at. One is to improve our provision level for community recreation. The proposed pool, a 50-meter and a companion 25-meter pool, greatly increases capacity and flexibility to serve community need and to provide the types of programs, the lane swims, the public swims, the learn to swim programs that the community has demonstrated high demand for. Almost as importantly, though, it also helps us to meet the needs of the aquatic clubs. We're talking about diving clubs, synchro clubs, master swim clubs. They are growing, and their demand for pool time for both training and to host competitions is growing as well. And at this point, we are having trouble being able to accommodate for their needs. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, what we have had discussions with our preferred partner, Carleton University, for well over a year now. We have established that a new facility that is being proposed could meet the needs of both parties and do it well and provide for growth that the city will invariably experience. What we're proposing with this report is to receive direction from council to go ahead and get down to very detailed discussions, moving towards what we could consider an acceptable agreement that we would then return to council sometime early in 2025 with recommendations in terms of a potential deal with the university to move forward with a project. Mr. Mayor, I'll stop there and happy to take questions.
Thank you. We do have a delegation, so let's go to that first, and then we'll open it up to questions and comments. So we have a delegation from Ottawa Tourism, if you'd like to come forward, who are no doubt wishing this was an earlier item on the agenda, but sorry about the wait. At least you weren't in an elevator.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and it is great to see the passion and the love for the city and your constituents and all of you have. So this is part of the process, and we appreciate it and we respect it for sure. My name is Michael Crockett. I am the president and CEO of Ottawa Tourism, representing hundreds of tourism businesses and about 35,000 workers that are spread across all of your wards throughout the city. And a state-of-the-art aquatic sports facility will benefit our local community by providing a modern, new aquatic center for recreation use, as Mr. Chenier talked about, and has great potential to position Ottawa as a key destination for regional, provincial, national, and international aquatic sporting events. It will also surely be designed to meet and exceed the highest accessibility standards, which also presents an opportunity for us to lead as a premier destination for accessibility-focused sports events that require specialized facilities which are not widely available. Plus, when Ottawa hosts significant sports events, those events leave behind a legacy of mentorship, inspiration, and active lifestyle for our future athletes. And the volunteerism and community pride and citywide passion like we see on our roads during race weekend can unfold on our water as well. So we support this project enthusiastically, and we support the recommendation to pursue those negotiations with Carleton University. But we also ask this committee to thoroughly evaluate the entirety of the project's event hosting potential. And being aware of the requirements for hosting major aquatic events helps to ensure that our community avoids any regrets or missed opportunities once decisions are finalized. And the proposal to include both a 25-meter and a 50-meter pool in the facility represents a significant and positive advancement for our community. Our research, though, has demonstrated to us that building two 50-meter pools would significantly improve the facility's capability to attract and accommodate a greater number of large aquatic sports events. Such a facility would enhance Ottawa's competitiveness in sport hosting further still, meaning even more substantial economic benefits for our city and maximizing the return on investment that we would see. And so last year at a committee meeting on another topic, I was asked a question about our sport hosting strategy, and my response was around aligning our sport hosting efforts with the venues and infrastructure and appropriate partners that we have in our community. And I even used aquatics as an example where our venues simply just don't meet the minimum standards for those events, and we're just unable to bid on any major aquatics competitions. And this is reflected in the staff report, of course, and we currently do get far less than our fair share of aquatic sports events. And the proposed facility, as it stands, will absolutely elevate our competitiveness, and I promise you, we will bid aggressively for as many swimming, diving, water polo, and artistic events as possible. But we have compiled a list of about 17 obtainable national and international aquatics events, some of which will work very well in the proposed facility. But the largest, the biggest national and international swimming competitions require two 50-meter pools, which means that today Toronto, Montreal, Calgary host most of the major swimming events in Canada. And specifically, Ottawa would need two 50-meter pools to be able to host the World Aquatics, World Cups, World Championships, the Canadian Swimming Trials, Olympic and Paralympic Trials, and Junior Championships. And hosting major national and international competitions, of course, brings significant economic impact through the visitors that spend millions of dollars in our community and can bring significant media exposure as well, further promoting Ottawa as a premier destination for sports tourism. And just one example, if we were able to host the Canadian Junior Championships, definitely an obtainable one, that brings an economic impact of nearly $3 million to the city. If we could host 4 events per year, that's just one for each of the major aquatic sports disciplines, that would be an annual economic impact of about $8.6 million. And Canada does have, not only Ottawa, but Canada has a shortage of venues able to host these events, and we have the opportunity to fill that gap and become more competitive. So just to repeat that we are excited about the proposed facility. We completely respect and understand the process and grateful for the work of city staff and Carleton in bringing this project so far along. We know that Ottawa's competitiveness to host aquatics events will take a huge step forward. But as the organization that pursues major events for the city, we do feel it's our responsibility to ensure awareness that our community also has perhaps a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a visionary facility that might go just one step further, provide even more capacity for recreation use, especially important if any other pools may be closing, meets the bid requirements of those larger and more impactful events, and enables us to compete. We know the cost of constructing 250-meter pools is higher than the current proposal and would bring some higher operating costs too. That's also why we feel it's our responsibility to raise the awareness now, because it's certainly much more difficult to go back and change these things after they've already been constructed. And we don't know how many more years we'll have to wait to invest in another aquatics facility. So our community will still win for sure with this current proposal, but we just want to make sure that everyone is aware and acknowledge that it means we would not be able to bring the biggest and most impactful events to Ottawa, and other communities would continue to see the economic impact and the legacy in their communities as well. Thank you for the opportunity to share our views on the sport hosting aspect of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Crockett? Councillor Luloff?
Thank you very much. Mr. Crockett is fantastic, and I love the work that his team does in support of Ottawa. My hand went up for questions to staff. Thanks so much.
You have a question for staff as well? Okay. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have questions for staff, but I will hit Mr. Crocker with a question. I guess I'm curious on it's an exciting project, and I support it in principle, advancing. You're going to need some hotels, I would think, to support this, and I think we're all anticipating that the train line will really energize the line. And I know, for example, there is a hotel on the line at Walkley. So do you see, how do you see those things coming together, the train line and then potentially, the hotels that may be forthcoming or are presently in the area?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think you touched on a couple things that are really exciting about the location here too. It is a very accessible site through public transportation, but also through car traffic. When we have swim meets coming to our city, eventually when we do have those, there will be a lot of regional traffic that will be coming and driving as well. So it is a very nice central location that can suit a lot of those visitors, regardless of how they're traveling. But even for the athletes who will be training at a place like this, having access to transit is just as equally important. And from the hotel side of things, we're fortunate that we are seeing some growth in that area right now, and even in terms of the construction that's taking place. There's I think 3 hotels under construction downtown, which will all be accessible to easy transit by the train. We know that there's a hotel under construction at the airport. Again, that'll be steps away from the station at the airport as well. So this is one of those things that's the investments in other parts of our city infrastructure can really help to support our ability to attract those major events as well. So everything from expanding transit to investing in the aquatics facility, those things really support the expansion of our sport hosting capabilities too.
Thanks for the answers. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Mayor. What's the economic impact now of swim meets, water polo meets, synchronized swimming meets, the things that the city already hosts?
I mean, for the size of ones that we would host, it would be probably in the hundreds of thousands each, maybe. But we really don't host anything on the big national scale like that.
So annually, what does the city bring in for hosting various events at our facilities?
Sorry, in aquatics events?
Yeah.
Specifically? I don't have that specific number with me right now, but it would be relatively small compared to most other sports that that we are aggressively able to pursue.
You talked about paper that your organization may have created. Have you assessed gaps in sort of recreation facilities right now in the city? Do you have a priority list?
Not exclusive of sort of the sport hosting side of things. So for local use, no, we don't really do that.
So how does Ottawa Tourism know what to back as far as projects? I mean, this has come up, but is rebuilding the Terry Fox Athletic Center a top priority in auto tourism's eyes? And if it is, where is it on your priority list?
Yeah, that's another good example of one that we've done quite a bit of research on as well, in terms of it's pretty close to it reaching the point where we won't be able to bid on any national events on the athletic side of things as well. And so we've done some work on what makes sense in terms of a site for that, what could work, and it's not even oriented the way that track and field events need to have the track oriented. So that is a perfect example of one where, yes, there's an opportunity to do a lot more on the hosting side in the future if we have a facility there. But to answer the question, the first part of your question, Councillor, in this particular case, we are trying to take advantage of the fact that there's a process underway that is going to build something that is as much designed for recreational purposes as anything else, and just want to make sure that we provide enough information to Mr. Chenier's team and to councillors and to this committee to say that it's an opportunity to look at what other factors could be taken into the design and planning of this facility from a sport hosting side of things. It would have been great to have a pool that we could do hosting in, for many years, but this is the opportunity for us to provide that input here.
Yeah, and I expected to hear what you've provided today, and I think that's fair, but what I'm trying to pursue with you is, do we have an ice pad shortage? What's the economic benefit of pursuing ice pads? Do we have other type of recreational gaps in the city? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah. What pony do we want to back? We have a finite amount of money. Is a new aquatic center what we want to put our money in? Do we want to put it into Terry Fox, for example, and look at our track and field? Every recreational facility in my ward is past its life cycle date. And here's another project that jumps to the queue, and it's hard to reconcile this when you look at the grand scheme of things. But I appreciate that, and when the time comes, can we count on Ottawa Tourism to help acquire funding, or at least advocate and lobby for funding from other levels of government?
Absolutely, 100% yes. And I will say too, Councillor, that we are engaged in a long-term planning process in terms of what the infrastructure that is needed, but that requires a lot of partnerships as well. So the universities, the city, OSEG, lots of those partners as well, for sure.
Great, thank you for your time, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Crockett? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your patience today. Questions for staff or comments on the proposal itself? Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I want to extend my thanks to our recreation team, parks team, and Carleton University. There's been a lot of discussions going on for some time now to get to this point. And I know you've done a good job of outlining for council what the potential impact the positive impact for the city would be. Obviously, students live in all of our wards and attend the facility, and that connection with Brewer Park as well, which is a citywide park used by a lot of people across the city as well. So just congratulations to you for all your work and the dialogue that's ongoing. I know that Carleton has some pretty strict timelines on this as well. I just want to ask you a question about ensuring that the timelines that you've outlined in the report around Q2 2025, that's in line with Carleton's timelines for also making a decision on their end and their investment.
Mr. Mayor, yes, we've been discussing very closely with Carleton, and Carleton did take this project to their board. I believe it was in June as well. So yes, we are in sync in terms of the additional time it will now take to hopefully land on a negotiated package that we can bring back to council, and both partners are committed to working towards those timelines.
It's certainly a great location right on LRT. I know, given the potential for public hours there, which I know is important to your team, what kind of discussion or public consultation will go on between now and that timeline you just mentioned? Is there going to expected to go out on Engage Ottawa and have some public consultation, either in person or online, to make sure residents are aware of what options might be here with regard to design, funding, that et cetera?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of the next phase, which is really to have some confidential discussions to really get clarity on both the capital side and the operating side of this facility. We don't envision consultations during that part, but when we do come back to council with a package, then of course, if we recommend to go ahead, then we would consult in terms of the local community and the citywide community, the aquatics groups, in terms of what their requirements are to make sure that we capture those in final design.
That's helpful. I mean, obviously the public will have a lot of input on a new aquatic sports facility, certainly, and have some design components they'll want to see in there. Things like access from Brewer Park as well is a constant issue with the way that Bronson is now. Carleton has a lot of underground tunnels that lead right to their athletics facility. Anyone that's gone to Carleton knows those tunnels and I think appreciates them in the winter, but also they've extended them quite a lot over the years with all their new facilities. So certainly hopeful for some consultation and discussion with both local residents with regard to Brewer and the connection there to Carleton, and of course the overall sports facility. Have you decided if there's going to be a diving tank there? I guess that comes as later as part of consultations and design.
Mr. Mayor, that'll be part of the next. We've made it clear to Carleton we would like to see a diving, and that has not been a showstopper at this point. So then we will get down to the very specifics of that and be back to council with what that looks like.
Okay, well, great win for the city to get to this point and for Carleton University. So thanks for all your work in getting to this point. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. I'll just mention that Councillor King is abstaining from this discussion and recusing himself from the vote because his wife is on the board of directors of Carleton, Board of Governors. So he won't be voting on this. So we'll deal with his declaration under other business later, but just so everyone's aware. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a few questions for staff. So is the ultimate goal a cost share 50-50 for this new facility when you include all costs?
Ultimately, we are looking at a balanced funding approach, but we have not landed on whether that will be 50-50 or something different. Those negotiations are still ongoing. The actual nature of the partnership, both in terms of capital contributions and potentially going forward annual payments, are all things that we need to work out before we come back to you. Carleton is providing the land, and that will not be part of the overall envelope. So what we were talking about is the facility itself, and then working out the operating costs going forward for however number of years and what that will look like. So those are the things we'll be negotiating.
So would this replace their current pool? Or
Yes.
would this be in addition? It would replace, okay. And so just going back to the 50-50, would the time available to both parties be intended to be 50-50 as well? That Carleton would get 50% of the time, we would get 50%?
Not necessarily, Mr. Mayor. What we've looked at and that so far we have been satisfied with is our uses are somewhat complementary in that Carleton has varsity and student population requirements, and then we have municipal aquatic program requirements. And for the most part, with the construction of 2 pools, we've been able to identify that we can accommodate all of those at the current level and allow for growth. And that's what in part has encouraged us to come forward and say we think we have a viable opportunity. It's not necessarily 50-50, and it gets quite complex in terms of daily scheduling of all of the things, both direct city needs, clubs, varsity needs for the university. What we know so far is that it works. Now we need to fit that into a business case, a financial framework, to make sure that it's both affordable, good value for the city and for the university. And we think there is a realistic ability to do that at this point.
So what are your driving criteria in your decision-making? There are advantages of cost sharing this project. We've got land, we have a potential partner. we would only have to pay a fraction of the total cost to build because the other side's going to contribute funds as well. So that's all contributing to this. But what are we okay as far as our own time for scheduling and making sure that we host our own events? Like, you obviously are going to have that criteria and be assured that we are not just going to co-build and it's going to be 80% their time and we're going to squeeze in time for our programming when we can. So how do you factor that in the final recommendation that comes before us?
What we expect to come back to council with is an agreement where we are offering a municipal aquatic facilities to the public, that with a partner. And negotiations to date have led us to believe, and Carleton has been agreeable, that the city take the lead on many of the things that are of primary importance to the community. And those are things like the city will run, and this facility will offer city Learn to Swim programs. The city will offer public swimming and lane swims. So those will all be municipal services at that facility. And that's why we think we have a partner that is willing to let us, to the greatest extent possible, be the lead in terms of public-facing municipal services out of this facility, with a schedule that appears at this point to meet what we set out to achieve, which is the number of hours, the number of courses. All of that on a preliminary basis has been worked out and appears to meet our criteria for what we would expect if we were doing this on our own. So far it's encouraging, and we appear to have a partner that has very complementary uses that allows for all those things.
That is an excellent answer, because I just want you to be clear now, not when we are forced to make a final decision when, contract is ready to be signed, that I want to ensure that City of Ottawa residents have access at good times of the day, all week, to this facility. I don't want to take away from Carleton's right to use this for their own needs, but at the end of the day, otherwise we should just build it on our own, right? Setting aside the financial benefits of proceeding, we've got to make sure that our residents have that access, and you're assuring me that they will, so that's good. Can you just touch upon, I've been approached by this Herdman idea, national site on Herdman, and I think your report touches upon some other potential opportunities. Whatever happened to that one in particular?
Mr. Mayor, we are aware that there is a group led by, I believe the gentleman name is Peter Lawrence, who has been working on this, and we have been, to some extent, providing information to them instead of in terms of our aquatic knowledge. They do have, and I don't believe it's a lease, but I think it's a memorandum of understanding with the NCC for a piece of NCC land near Herdman Station, and their plan is to build a national aquatic center that would have, I believe it's 3 50-meter pools, as well as a whole host of complementary training, governing body offices, a whole variety of national scale facilities. It is still active. I believe they still have their hold on the land with the NCC, and they are telling us that they are moving towards the financing that they need to do those things. They applied or had put in a submission when we did the REFOI for this opportunity. They submitted, but made it clear in their submission that they didn't want to partner with us, that what they had in mind was a national scale operation, which speaks a bit to the use of 50-meter pools and really having base tenants that can use the facilities for high-level training. And that's why multiple pools of this type are generally built as university connected, but also where there was going to be a hosting of major sports governing bodies and training centers. Without that, the notion of 3 50-meter pools to program on an ongoing basis will require that kind of commitment from sports bodies.
Fair enough, thank you. And my last question just goes back to a question I asked the delegate, and that is, there are a number of aged facilities across the city. I won't give you the list below the Terry Fox Center, but I just want to, I think that's a comparable example to give you now. That is very aged. Organizations have said they're not coming back until the city's made significant investment. I think that there's a long-term return on investment if we put some real money into that center. First of all, how do you prioritize renewing various facilities that exist in the city? And can you comment particularly on the athletic center and where this is on the city's priority list?
Mr. Mayor, we are aware of the work that the excellent work tourism did in terms of the Terry Fox and reviewing the various options. The package that ultimately came out of there recommended or identified several options for both upgrading the existing site, but probably more realistically finding a new site and developing a second athletic complex. In terms of priority, there is no funding, as you know, for a major expansion of Terry Fox or the replacement of Terry Fox at this point. One of the benefits with this project is that we were successful in identifying a growth need that the city has essentially doubled in size, and that as part of the master plan, we did include that Ottawa should now have 2 pools. So we do have the benefit in this case of development charges funding, which we were successful in making the case of. The partnership with Carleton helps us leverage those development charges because it won't pay for all of it. But that is something that we likely will have to look at for other types of facilities as well, in addition to the entire asset renewal program that the city's undergoing, which we'll have to look at what we've got and what it needs in terms of rehabilitation or replacement.
Thank you for that. You've provided, I think, some very sound answers that have provided me the comfort that I need. But everyone's aware that we have recreational facilities that are very good in this city, and some of them are quite aged and need to be renewed. And we have not solved that matter yet. So I will have residents that will say, great that the city wants to enter into this partnership. I think for this case, it's the right way to go. They may not be households that are fully engaged in water activities, and they're going to say, what about this, that, and that we already own, that we're not taking care of? And that's a huge concern, continues to be a huge concern, which we'll continue to talk about. But thank you for the information on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Luloff.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and good work on this, Dan and team. What capacity could this add realistically for us on our side? As discussed, we probably won't have 100% of the programming, I assume. And this is replacing what's already at Carleton as well as Brewer. So it's, a 50-meter pool and a 25-meter pool, replacing a 50-meter pool and a 25-meter pool. So can we quantify what kind of enhancement to our programming that will be, either at a system level or a facility level?
Mr. Mayor, there's probably a couple of layers of that. It's enhancing our ability to do things that we currently can't do, and Mr. Crockett in his presentation made the point that currently some of the higher level competitions are not coming to Ottawa, so this will allow us to bid and attract some of those and hopefully win quite a few of them. In terms of the net 2 tanks that we are adding, we are not currently tying this directly to Brewer. I mean, there is some logic as a future business case to look at that aging facility and retiring it at some point, or But currently, what this will do is provide us with something that we don't currently have, which is 2 full swimming pools next to each other, and that can be programmed in a complementary way to maximize use, both in terms of community use, university use, competitive use, and just leisure use. That is a luxury that even at the Sportsplex today is somewhat limited because the 25-meter pool is only 4 lanes, so it's a very small pool, shall we say. We haven't quantified the exact leverage that we will get from this, but we are confident that given the size of both venues, that it will give us not only some relief from today's demands, and I'm talking about competitive sport, but also community, but also make some provision for future growth. Not to say that we won't need others, but on the horizon, the very near horizon, hopefully, is the pool that we will build in Riverside South, where we also need quite a bit of aquatic capacity to take the pressure off Minto Barrhaven, which is just chock-a-block with demand for aquatics.
It sure is. Is there room, in your opinion, to negotiate for 250-meter pools at this facility? I agree with Mr. Crockett that we really need to maximize this investment and this opportunity. Is there any room in the discussions to talk about that?
Mr. Mayor, firstly, there's the challenge of funding. The city does not have funding to finance. Toronto was successful because they had the Pan Am Games and were successful in getting funding for those. Ontario generally does not have the same kind of capital funding projects that Quebec and some of the Western provinces have been able to leverage to do these kinds of things. So we really would be on our own. There are no DC funds set aside for a second 50-meter pool. So it would really be taxpayer requirement. The other concern is, of course, that operating a facility like this one with 2 50-meter tanks and a warm-up pool would be a significant investment in terms of ongoing operating. And short of having a real business plan to fill those, much like the National Aquatic Center is building their business case on national teams on an ongoing basis using this and bringing in revenue, the city does not have, or Carleton do not have that ambition. We have talked to Carleton about this, and one of the possible solutions, should we get an event that requires 2, is that Carleton is blessed with several large parking lots where we can set up, like others have done, temporary pools that can be put up for the competition and then taken down. That is an option. It's probably not as ideal as having 2 permanent structures, but it's also much less expensive upfront and on an ongoing basis.
I understand. I mean, this disappointing. We can't always get everything that we want, but I think that, this is a really good opportunity that we have in front of us. But no, I hear you. I guess then on that line, I understand, that capital and operational costs are separate, and you've certainly raised, that in your last response. But how are we going to manage to staff this pool given the shortage that we currently have of aquatic staff? Are we putting some thought into that now?
Mr. Mayor, there's some good news on that front. Even though in 2021, 2022, and to some extent 23, we experienced significant aquatic staff shortage, that has bounced back. And in 2024, I can say the shortage is almost solved. A lot of the young people that are doing lifeguard and instructor work appear to have come back to work and want more shifts. So fingers crossed that going forward, this will continue. I mean, this new facility, which was in terms of opening is still years away, will require a significant number of both full-time and part-time staff. But with the trend that we're seeing, we're confident that that will be achievable. We now have our certification programs up and running post-pandemic, full bore, and we don't think it'll be an issue being able to staff these.
That's really great news. You know, contrary to what some members of the public might believe, councillors don't get to jump the queue when it comes to registration day, and I'm on my third registration period in a row that I can't get my daughters into swimming lessons. So hearing that that's bouncing back is a wonderful thing. Water safety is something that I take very seriously as a former lifeguard. I know there's quite a few people here that are aquatics enthusiasts on council, including Councillor Kavanagh, a big swimmer herself. So really glad to hear that. I think that it's important that we're able to be able to meet that demand. So really glad to hear that. Now, Councillor Brockington, this will be my last question, I promise, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Brockington touched on this. You know, so just to be clear, you know, this investment does not preclude us from continuing a discussion about supporting a National Aquatic Centre in collaboration with other levels of government. You know, if they're willing to allow us to program a portion of the space or something like that, you know, knowing that the proponents are working with several national organizations that they've got, you know, commitments in principle with, and that would add so much more than simply the aquatic element, including the cross-training, sports medicine, and so much more. Right beside the LRT. This doesn't preclude us from continuing to have those discussions, does it?
Mr. Mayor, it does not. We continue to talk with the National Aquatic Centre and to provide them with both operational maintenance and all other kinds of information that they require. They have not asked us for a contribution for funding, and during prior discussions have not really seen us as being a tenant of any significance in the facility. We're always open to discussion, and the lines of communications are open.
That's great to hear. Okay, wonderful. I really appreciate your work on this. Carleton is a great university. Many of us went there, and I've got fond memories of using the pool that's there now when I was working with the Ottawa Titans Polo Club in the summer times. It was wonderful. Really glad to see that we're contemplating some upgrades to this already pretty awesome facility. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it brief, Mayor. Tunney's Pasture is currently being redeveloped or reimagined with a significant new development going there. I've been having a conversation for actually several years now with residents of Kitchissippi who feel that Plant Bath and Dover Court are getting very crowded. I just want to make sure that, you know, I'm clear with residents. If the Carleton pool moves ahead, that precludes the opportunity for the city to build a pool at Tunney's Pasture, I am assuming. But it would be the city's position that a new 50-meter plus 25-meter pool at Carleton serve my neighborhoods in Kitchissippi Ward, right? I think it's important because residents continue to talk about get the city to build a pool. I've spoken to them that this is probably a strong possibility. And I think if this moves ahead, that should put an end to some of those discussions and give everyone a clear expectation of what the path is moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, the scope of this facility will certainly serve the greater downtown area. It is on, you know, on the Trillium line. It has good bus connections, good arterial connections, and a lot of parking. So the scope of what is being proposed, both in terms of the 50-meter, which no doubt will serve a lot of the downtown aquatic clubs that are now going to a lot of the smaller pools to try to get in their training, it will become a sought-after venue for sure. In terms, as well as in terms of community swims, because this will add another basin in the downtown with a schedule that will accommodate public swimming, lane swimming for adults, swimming lessons. So it will add to the overall benefit of downtown and that area of the city in terms of providing aquatic services.
Yeah. I can't remember a time when I was a kid that I was going to swimming lessons that I didn't take the bus to the local pool. So I'm excited to be able to have our residents served by LRT to this potential new facility. So if I were to come to you and say, can you also build us a 50-meter pool or even a 25-meter pool at Tunney's Pasture, what would your answer be to me?
Mr. Mayor, currently, we could not create a business case to, in terms of affordability, but also in terms of justifying growth to help pay for it. Achieving a second one will be an important milestone in terms of where we are now, population-wise, and being able to see what happens with the National Aquatic Center and potentially with Ottawa U when they redevelop their sports facilities, who may also build another pool. So we'll have to monitor, and some years from now, we'll probably have more clarity in terms of when we're moving towards a third 50-meter pool.
What is the level of service in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan for swimming pools?
In terms of 50-meter pools, it's $1 to $500,000.
Okay.
Thereabouts. There's for 25-meter pools, I'm going to say $1 to $25,000, but my expert might say otherwise.
Mr. Mayor. That's what I thought. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Wasn't expecting the question, but the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan sets the service level at approximately 1 25-meter pool per 50,000 residents.
And then how are we close to that right now? I'm sorry, I can look this up, but I forget the details.
Yes, we are, and this is one reason why we are also proceeding with another 25-meter pool in Riverside South.
So any attempt to build more pools over and above the level of service that's defined in the the Parks and Recreation Master Plan would have to be funded out of tax dollars, correct?
Only when we exceed, Mr. Mayor, only when we exceed service levels. If we continue to grow at a very high rate, then we may be able to add to the next iteration of DC to demonstrate that our service level has been exceeded and we need to fund another pool.
Are the DCs you're contemplating for this project citywide or inside or outside?
Mr. Mayor, these are citywide DCs.
Citywide, perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff. I'm never going to say no to a pool. I've actually swam and taken lessons at Carleton in the past. But I was wondering about the fate of the Nepean Sportsplex. If this comes about, is this an excuse to tear it down, or you're saying it's not in great shape? So I was just a little concerned. What kind of investments are you going to make for Nepean to keep it going so we still have that other 50-meter pool?
Mr. Mayor, it is our intent to keep the Nepean Sportsplex pool, both the 50-meter and the 25-meter operating. They are not, any facility that's 50 years old requires ongoing investment for filtration systems and tiling and all those things. There is a plan that is looking at all of those things. And so it wouldn't be our intent to do anything different. We would maintain it. It will never be modified to the point where it can offer the modern amenities and, the technical shortfalls of there are things that are just too expensive to fix, like not enough deep water, parts of the pool are too shallow for too long a period, narrow decks that are too narrow for para swimming, for example, edges that are not conducive to that, a whole variety of things that are just part of the structure of the building. Doesn't make it ideal for modern competition, but is perfectly fine for both community use, training, and for localized competitions that I suspect will continue to make use of it because it's available.
Okay, thank you. I think my questions are going to be similar to others. In terms of Queensview, we've looked at, and I've been working with the city planner on this, having the area that is currently the bus depot, which will not be needed likely in the future because this is a transit station for stage 2 LRT at Queensview, as a recreation center. This is an excellent location, also near transit. So I just want to see if there's still chances of that happening.
Do you want to take this? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, yes, we have maintained Queensview as an opportunity going forward in the future. Of course, it is an OC Transpo site. It's an OC Transpo facility. So it's only once it becomes surplus to their needs would we look at it. However, we also identified in the most recent development charge update potential new rec complex in the vicinity. This is in the longer term. This is beyond the current reach of the 5-year plan. However, we do intend to continue to pursue opportunity here so long as it exists.
I appreciate it. I am concerned about pools being available in areas where more vulnerable communities. After what's happened, we know that people who live in vulnerable communities don't have access as easily to pools. And I want to make sure our strategy is that we're building these facilities or targeting these facilities in the future. And I know this is beyond what we're doing here, but I just want to make sure that that's still part of our plan, that this is not, that we're not deviating from it, because I see a lot of potential for kids to have swim lessons, but it's got to be close by. So is this part of our thinking going forward?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. As Kevin mentioned earlier, the provision level is 1 to 50,000. So that by its very nature precludes us from looking at this on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis. But we do apply a lens of looking at things like availability of public transit. And in fact, I've done so with part of the consideration in REFOI for this project was to look at how easy is it for people from across the city to get to it. This is a somewhat specialized facility, but on a neighborhood basis, we would do exactly the same thing for 25-meter pools and look at how easy is it to get to those sites. We're also looking in terms of bringing communities that don't have a pool next to them and who are challenged. We are looking at opportunities to provide transportation in those cases to bring people to the pools when they're just too far away.
Yeah, no, I do have a beach. Bay Ward has a beach, obviously, but we don't have a pool, and except for the Boys and Girls Club, so it's not under us, and they're pretty, overrun, and it's at capacity. So I hope we'll consider that. I know there's a lot of swimmers out there that really struggle to find hours. And you were mentioning earlier about the lifeguard situation resolved. I've seen time slots canceled because the lifeguards aren't there. So it looks like we're still struggling with lifeguards. So are you sure that, because I've seen that happening?
Mr. Mayor, of course, on seasonal transition from fall into winter or summer into fall, there will always be transition periods where we experience temporary shortages. What I was speaking to is that overall, with the impacts of the pandemic fading, with our programs and the programs of others generating more qualified people, that it's becoming easier for us to fill those shifts. Still a challenge at all times, especially the more difficult shifts to fill, but things are significantly better than they were.
Well, thank you. I know it's really important for everyone to at least know how to act in the water. So, and hopefully we'll work with our schools and have a place for everyone with more pools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noted earlier that that I'm going to support this this project in principle as it moves forward, so as I assume it will today from committee. And when I read about it, obviously I was interested in it, and I did see some reaction in the community. And a stakeholder said, you know, that there is a desperate need for this facility, and I took some exception to that. I think there's an important need. I think there is a necessary need. I think there's a pivotal opportunity here. But really the desperate need is in swimming lessons and dealing with a critical life skill so that we can prevent tragedies from happening across our city. And as you noted earlier, we do have a desperate situation there with our swimming lessons. And that's why I tabled that council the inquiry to give an update in terms of where we're at to see additional facilities like the one in Riverside South that was approved in this year's budget. So that would go forward. So on that note, Mr. Chenier, do they have the capacity to deliver on the projects that have been approved in the budget in addition to the one that's going forward potentially today?
Mr. Mayor, we believe so. Having a partner helps in terms of they are doing some of the heavy lifting in terms of both now in the conceptual part of the project, but also as assuming that we come back to you with an agreement that you accept. We have the resources of Carleton to help us through the implementation phase as well. So we believe this will be a well-supported project that fits well within the rest of our work.
Okay. I appreciate the answer. Sometimes partners can slow things down. Sometimes partners can be time-consuming. You know, we're into some unique territory, so I am hopeful that you will have the capacity to move this project ahead, but to make sure that there's urgency and a great deal of attention to the projects that have been approved in the budgets previously, not just in my ward, but for other councillors across the city. And again, I'm thankful to this, some 20 councillors supported this budget this year so that we could make progress on adding a pool and taking pressure off the Minto Recreational Complex, as well as the little teeny facility that is at Sawmill Creek. My next question is just on parking. Obviously, as an alumnus of Carleton, it's a great facility for sure. Looking forward to the Trillium line coming to life and helping the students and the staff there. I've been with my own family to minor hockey ice activities at the Raven's Nest, I guess. And one of the issues around parking and just ensuring that that parking will not be a barrier for people who choose to use this partnered facility, and that it's not an opportunity for the university to raise revenue through parking. And I think they've got the right mix right now that if there are some minor hockey groups that use it, they're obviously not paying for parking. So is that something you're going to be paying attention to, that we want to preserve the public access to this and not have barriers like parking fees that would prohibit people from using the public space there or the public events that we have? Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is part of what we will be discussing with Carleton to make sure that there is a good balance between their approach and what we know is needed for a community pool.
Good. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Okay, is the item carried? Thank you. Item 7.2 is the acquisition of 1754 St. Joseph Boulevard for transitional housing. And I know that staff have, I won't call it a presentation, but just a quick reminder of what the property is and the decision that's being proposed here. So I'll ask them to just give a quick refresher. And then we have one delegation There were 7 written submissions as well, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Geraldine Wildman with Interim Director of Housing Solutions and Investments back at the table. And to my left, I have Robin Suchin, Manager of Realty Services, and Paul Levine, again, Director of Housing, is here with me. If we could just quickly turn to the slide. The first slide, I just think it's important to provide just a little bit of context on the site so everybody can see what this 26-acre site looks like that we're looking to acquire here today. So access, it's almost secluded. There is a lot of tree cover on this site. It is accessed from St. Joseph. You have to come up a hill, so the site is not actually visible from the street. And what you're seeing down to the bottom of the slide is the residential community Chapel Hill. So that is there's about 180 meters between the facility itself and the houses to the south. So just wanted to put that context out there, and we'll be happy to answer any further questions that you have about this acquisition.
Okay, thank you. We do have a delegation from Sabrina Kuzov, which I believe is online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before beginning, can you confirm that my sound is clear?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Understood. I recognize the unprecedented housing shortage in Ottawa. Addressing this complex issue requires a multifaceted approach involving coordinated efforts across all levels of government. I recognize the great privilege that I have to be a homeowner in Chapel Hill North, and I believe that all community members and newcomers should be afforded the right to access housing, to have a safe place to call home, and to build a life in Canada. This is not a debate about transitional housing. This is about the lack of meaningful community engagement, the lack of available information, and the lack of a strategic plan for this site. I would like to outline my concerns as an individual citizen in terms of themes. In terms of lack of meaningful community engagement, this was first brought to my attention via door knock by Ms. Dundas on June 26th, 2024. We later found out that the report was published on June 20th. Both residents and businesses were completely unaware of this acquisition. Given the city community date today, July 2nd, community members were given less than 48 hours to prepare and study the proposed acquisition, with an artificially imposed deadline of June 28th, 2024 at 4 p.m. to register as delegates and to provide a written submission. This is over an $11 million capital investment over 26 acres of land. $11 million for 150 rooms seems to be a really high price tag and raises issues on public stewardship without a business case outlining capital versus operational costs. Community members and myself would like to respectfully request that the approval of the acquisition by this committee should be withheld until the Housing Solutions and Investment Services conducts a town hall meeting and incorporates community and business consultation into their report. The suggestion of holding an open house after the property has been purchased does not constitute meaningful community engagement nor consultation. Alternatively, should the committee choose to recommend the acquisition to City Council, it should be made conditional upon holding a town hall meeting and include the findings in a report to Council. Community members are requesting comprehensive information regarding the expansion of wraparound services and long-term accommodations designed to meet this growing demand. My second theme is lack of available information by the city. Community members would like the opportunity to review the city's full project plan prior to making an $11 million investment and how this project will operate and what additional social supports will be made available to support their integration, including investment in health support, employment support, healthcare support in Orleans and Chapel Hill, education support, language training, wellness support, financial assistance, neighborhood safety, as well as neighborhood well-being. The community would also like to request information on gender and equity and accessibility considerations, as this facility would be for single adults, excluding families and women with children and seniors. We've heard about costs to retrofit older buildings. This is currently a home for retired nuns built in the 1960s. With the most recent addition of Terrasse Montfort to our community, for those of you who are not familiar with it, it is a center for chronic homelessness and addiction. What studies has the city undertaken as it relates to proximity effect and impact on availability of support services, since 1574 St. Joe will be less than 400 meters away from Terrasse Montfort? Community members have been reassured that this housing will not be for those with complex needs. Can the city elaborate on what eligibility assessment will be made for this facility? Can this be shared in an official report for consultation, since all the information provided by Ms. Dudas has been in the form of informal conversations over a long weekend with city staff? She has stated that she thinks the dormitory will open this winter, and yet states there are no project plans that can be shared. Community members also note that Housing Solutions and Investment Services and partners intend to explore opportunities for long-term development options to use this facility and surplus developable land to address other system pressures. What does this entail? Nobody knows. Fairness and impartiality of this committee is my last theme. Community members would like to be provided with additional information on this committee structure, where the reports are recommended by the city to the city. There can be a perceived and or real conflict of interest, given the city may stand to benefit for such a large land deal with the Sisters of Charity that may not be in the best interest of the community, since appropriate engagement has not occurred. It seems to be an unfair power dynamic here. Again, 48 hours does not constitute meaningful engagement. There has been a recent loss in trust in the city as a result of the severe challenges faced by the implementation of light rail, in part due to...
Ms. Kuznov, I'm sorry, that's time. If you just want to maybe wrap up in 10 seconds.
I'll wrap up. I'd respectfully request that the committee not endorse this acquisition. I'd also ask that the July 10th meeting to council be postponed to allow for meaningful community engagement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the committee for your time today to present.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I did want to thank Sabrina for her patience. I know that this meeting has gone a little bit longer, and I do appreciate your delegation. You bring up a number of issues that I've also heard from the community, and I will be asking staff about that. I can confirm that regardless of the decision today or on July 10th, there will be continued active engagement by city staff with the community at my bequest. So I did want to tell you how much I appreciate your presence here, and that I have some follow-up questions based on your submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kuznov. And we'll open it up now. That's the only delegation, so we'll open it up to questions. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to I'm going to say thank you to my colleagues for their indulgence in advance. I do have a number of questions to staff, and I know we're talking about the the purchase of this property today, but there's also the aspect of the rushed timelines. Our delegation had indicated, and it is quite true, that we were finding out about this as a community very quickly. There's very good reason for that, but I would like to ask a couple questions about that. So I wanted to pose to staff some questions that I have heard from residents over this very, very long weekend. And I do want to start by saying that I have heard both positive and negative comments about this acquisition. People would love to see that the city comes in and purchase this, that it houses people in a transitional form. But because of the rushedness of this information being presented to them, and the fact, I was informing them at their door, there is a lot of questions. So my question to staff, first and foremost, is why are we rushing to make this next step in the acquisition process? What would be the process going forward to further and continue to engage the community on this decision if the city does intend to purchase this property?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to the first part of the question on the rapid speed of bringing this to council. The property has become listed for sale a little more than a month ago. It was done through a brokerage. We didn't have a lot of time. We had to compete with the private sector. We put an offer in that closed 2 weeks ago. We were not the winning or the highest bid. The vendor, the Sisters of Charity, did give us an opportunity to put another bid in, which we did, and we were the successful winner. So we signed the agreement subject to committee and council's approval. There wasn't a lot of time to deliberate. We were under the time frame of the vendor, not staff. That's helpful on the notion of why we're here quickly. If we don't approve this, the deal will die, as all offers may do. The vendors can go to the next bid. And there were multiple bids, we were informed.
Okay. And in regards to continuing to engage the community, answer their questions, be involved. I know that you and I, Paul, had chatted about certainly if this acquisition goes through, you'll be hosting an open house, that there'll be an opportunity for you to walk people through the experience of what individuals who will be moving into this facility would go through. I just want to confirm, and maybe this could be in part taken as a direction, that does take place if this does proceed?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. Staff would be pleased to organize community information sessions as well as an open house and communicate it in any way that the residents feel like they are getting the information that they need. And of course, working with our community partners and our staff who have a lot of expertise in standing up transitional housing programs, working with the community, integrating with the community. It's a journey, it's a process. It's not something that happens overnight, but everybody is committed to making sure that the newcomers that we will be welcoming to Canada and to our community are well integrated into the Orleans community. And I've already had the pleasure of meeting with 2 community groups and I felt very welcomed, and people were anxious to greet people with open arms. Thank you.
I also wanted to ask a question on behalf of many of the residents that reached out to me. They had wondered how individuals will be selected for this facility. This facility is it's a nunnery at the moment. It has very specific interior type styles. And if you could just explain a little bit more about the eligibility and criteria, you'll be selecting individuals who will fill this residence.
Mr. Mayor, the population that we will be targeting to serve at that location will be men and women newcomers who are asylum claimants. As we all know, we've had an exponential increase in people coming to Canada and needing a foot down at some transitional housing, a temporary accommodation to stabilize and to prepare for moving on to permanent housing and integrating into communities. So that will be primarily the population that will be served there.
And staff had indicated to me that this would include individuals who do hold jobs, that are students, that have vehicles and would need access to the facility for parking purposes. So individuals who are integrating into our city. Is that the case?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that would be the case.
The other question that I have received, we do have there is a facility that is just slightly east of this location that does house high acuity individuals. There have been a number of circumstances that have arisen because of that dynamic, situations involving police and definitely the instances of drug use. Members of my community have been asking, how does this transitional housing proposal differ from the experience they've been going through with that particular situation just down the street?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the program itself is very different. The other program you're referring to is supportive housing for people with addiction and mental health issues. And this particular program is transitional housing welcoming newcomers who are coming to our city for the first time and setting them up for success.
Okay. And then my final question is, I cannot stress enough, this has been a very abrupt conversation that I myself have learned of and then had the opportunity to speak to my community about. I want to stress again the need for continued engagement and conversation with community members, particularly those living adjacent. So after the July 10th, say for instance, it is supported here today, it moves forward, it is approved on July 10th, what would be the next step in the process in terms of not only community engagement, but in terms of the facility itself and assessing if there's any work needed, like what could people expect to see at the site, and then their continued involvement in it?
Mr. Mayor, I can say that once council approves, we will not have possession of the site until all conditions are lifted, and that date is up to October 11th, unless the conditions are waived before that. Having said that, our team is ready to start working on the programming, working with community partners, setting up, developing the service delivery model. That will take quite a few months to do that. And we also would be planning and implementing our community engagement strategies, as we do with all new locations and new programs, to make sure that, again, the community is aware of the services that are going to be provided. We're going to welcome them to the center and come for a tour and a visit. And as you know, which worked very well in other acquisitions that we've made recently. So there's going to be a lot of work ahead, but we hope to, but we will be ready for when we take full possession.
And I can just add to that, Mr. Mayor. As part of the acquisition process, we will be doing an environmental audit. With council's approval, we will continue on and researching that information as you would if you were buying your own home. We'll be doing the environmental audit, collecting that information, and also doing a full building audit to help Mr. Levine's team know where the deficiencies are in the building. We only had our visual inspections that we did on the showings that we were provided by the broker. So that's part of the work that we need to do, and we hope to close in October, where then we can actually physically do things.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Well, I want to thank staff, because I do know that while this has been abrupt for the community, it's been abrupt for you too, that this is a very unique parcel of property and building, and it has historic roots in our community as well. And I know Paul has met with a group respecting francophone patrimony dans la communauté aussi. I think there will continue to be conversations with community members about how this will be welcomed and integrated into our community. I do know, though, that there was a lot of concern by residents adjacent to this facility when they had first heard that the sisters were moving out of this location about large-scale development. There is lit de clay in this area. It's on an escarpment. And while it is zoned for density, right now, it would be very difficult to build upon this parcel of land. In terms of the city acquiring it, maintaining the existing footprint, which does not mean that in the future we don't have another look at that property, and I've been very clear with residents that that doesn't mean in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there isn't another conversation with the community. This does maintain what residents have been accustomed to, which is a beautiful green space and access to that in connection to Voyager Creek. And it does provide an opportunity for us to welcome newcomers to our country, into our community, to provide people with a leg up who have just temporarily lost their homes. And I will be supporting this acquisition. I will continue to work and advocate for my community throughout this, and I know it will be a change, but I do want to say that in addition to the questions and concerns I've heard over the last couple of days, and it's been a busy couple of days for me, I have heard an overwhelming amount of positivity about people welcoming newcomers to our community and how they look forward to bringing them cookies and enjoying times and walks with them and getting to know them and providing job opportunities.
Fuck you, Laura.
So it's been a long weekend for me, as you can see. I want to thank staff for your involvement and your being available. And I'm going to pass it on to anyone who has questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we remove that person from the call, please? There's someone who's still there as a panelist who should be a spectator, not a panelist, please. Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to acknowledge my colleague is in a precarious position because there is, I think, an opportunity here, a positive opportunity here when you look at the long term, but also anytime we make decisions which may impact communities without first going out to the community, we are going to be criticized for making decisions in absence of any genuine opportunity to reach out to the public first. Understanding per the report that, there isn't a lot of time here. There's an offer and the current property owner wants a decision sooner rather than later, and there could be competing bidders. So I acknowledge this. But I've lived through my share of situations where we were trying to do things in the best interest, in good faith, without consultation in advance, and it does not end well. So staff's commitment to go out for an information session, I think is positive. It's the best you can do at this time, but certainly there'll need to be some clear explanations at the beginning to the public why that couldn't have been done first. When was the local councillor first informed of this potential opportunity?
To you, Mr. Mayor, about 4 weeks ago, Councillor?
4 weeks ago?
Mr. Mayor, I believe it was the Friday of the closing. The Friday before the closing, and the report was 5 days later.
So about the 15th, approximately, of June?
Approximately, you don't have a
Fair
calendar.
enough, okay. The report has a quote that it says, "The broker was accepting of offers based on the highest and best use to rezone and development with residential mixed density uses, maximizing the permitted density on the developable portions of the site." What does highest and best use mean in that context?
Mr. Mayor, through you, most likely what is set out in the new Orleans Corridor secondary plan. So you would be looking at mid-rise development at this location.
So their
up to 9 stories.
Their asking price is based on the maximum amount of development that could happen on this site. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And so the city is willing to pay that. So what is our plan with 26.1 acres? What is the plan here? We're going to acquire this, going to provide housing for folks in an existing building, but there's a lot of land here. So what's the plan? Are we going to subdivide it and sell to a private entity? We're paying $11 million, so what's the vision?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I understand that the price also reflects that unknown right now, which is development potential. So the Orleans Corridor secondary plan was done with a certain development potential outlined, which may or may not actually be the full potential of the site once we go forward with slope stability studies. So right now, the city is refining their slope stability studies, so there would be no reason for the city to move forward with any kind of analysis, and we don't have any sort of short-term redevelopment goals for this site. Any future redevelopment would be brought before this committee, as we would, for your endorsement, which could include affordable housing, other types of residential housing. But today, we don't have those plans, Councillor.
I'm just trying to understand, if it was a 100-acre site, would we just buy it and have a 100-acre site, or would we say we're going to retain a green buffer around the complex so that residents can have green space and maybe some amenities, but what would trigger us from carving off surplus lands, selling it and trying to recoup our purchase price that we're paying for this?
Nothing at the moment, no.
Okay, but that's not part of the vision, right? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself as part of, okay, you still have to seal the deal, but it seems like a lot of land that accompanies the building, and what I'm getting at is let's keep what we need, and considering what's in the best interest of taxpayers and the local residents is how can we revision that surplus land for a future opportunity, which includes residential development. So I just want to raise that. Obviously, I don't need a decision today, but it just seems like a lot of land that we don't probably need in the long term. Thank you.
I agree with you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Luloff.
Given the proposed use for this building, what support is the city going to be receiving from other orders of government?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can we repeat the question? It wasn't clear.
Yes.
What levels of support are we expecting from other levels of government for the operations of the building?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, mainly the financial support will come from the federal government through the Interim Housing Assistance Program.
The building is quite old. Has there been a study to see if there's asbestos or any other toxic materials in this facility?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we're in the midst of doing that now. It's another one of the conditions of the purchase. Preliminary results, no, there's no significant things that we've been able to detect at this point in time, but there's still more work to be done.
Okay, I think Councillor Brockington kind of went through my questions on the fact that this is quite a bit of land, and it just doesn't seem like we have very many answers on the opportunity to work with partners on making this a true community with mixed rentals or otherwise. Community integration has not gone well with the aforementioned project on St. Joseph with Promenade. I think that's probably why there's a lot of consternation in the community regarding the possible use of this facility. There's a lot of land and a lot of uncertainty right now, and a lot of consternation in the community regarding things like slope stability. Going through that with lots of other sites along this path. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Luloff. Is the motion carried? The recommendations carried?
I'll dissent on this one. Thanks.
Okay. There are no in-camera items. I'll note the information previously distributed. I don't believe there are any notices of motion. Inquiries. Councillor Dudas, you have an inquiry?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The use of artificial intelligence is having a profound effect on how work gets done in both private and public sectors around the world. It has opened up new opportunities while at the same time bringing into question privacy rights and cybersecurity. Canadian municipalities, an example of which would be Kelowna, BC, have tapped into AI for use in how they provide services to their residents to complement aspects of how municipal employees work and how data is utilized. In what capacity, if any, is the City of Ottawa leveraging AI in its operations? How are city employees using AI? And what protections, privacy, security, etc., are being established to counter issues that may arise from the use of this technology?
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Are there any other inquiries? Okay, other business. Councillor King, your declaration.
Sorry, I'm doing this in reverse order, Mr. Mayor, but I just wanted to ensure for the record that I put down my declaration of interest. And of course, on the item 6.1 direction for a new aquatic sports center, I stepped away from the table for the vote. In accordance with Sections 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I, Councillor Ralston King, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on matters related to 6.1 direction for new aquatic sports center on the agenda for meeting 16 of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee meeting on Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024, as my spouse is on the Board of Governors of Carleton University. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Leeper. Carried? Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.